All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to AP US Government and Politics finale. We are super excited to have you here. My name is Katie Soon, and I am from Covington, Louisiana, and I have the fabulous
Robert Mayfield from Ripon, California.
We are very excited to be with y'all today. Going to give y'all a second to log on. We've got a lot of screens going, a lot of technology. Yeah, all right. We've got a Q&A live, so if you are on right now, we would love for you to throw a question you'd like us to answer in the Q&A, or just say, hey, whatever's going on. But feel free to use that Q&A. All right, looks like everybody's logging on. Awesome. Okay, so now that everybody is on and we are officially live. My name is Katie Soon. I am from Covington, Louisiana, and I am an AP US Government and Politics teacher. I have Robert Mayfield with us tonight, today, middle of the afternoon, and we are so excited to spend the next 5 hours with you. We've got so much information. It's going to be good. All right.
I couldn't have said it better.
All right, so just a heads up, this stream is being recorded and might appear on our website, YouTube, or other public channels. So if you ask a question, your name could appear on the screen. We could, say your name as we read questions. So just know that going in. Our Q&A is now live. So if you have questions, please feel free to throw them out there. We have a quick message from our fearless leader.
What up, AP students? It's Amanda here from Fiveable. We are literally giving away $100 to pay for your AP exams to like 50 different students. How do you win? Easy. You just got to post about the AP experience on social media, on TikTok, Instagram, or Twitter. Use the hashtags YesWeCram and with Fiveable, and tag at Think Fiveable. So one person will win every single day, and this is how you can win. It is going to be a group of students who actually judge the winner. They will pick the winners, and this is how they're going to choose. It has to capture the AP experience. Do they look at that post and think like, that's 100% what this feels like? Is it creative? Is it funny? Does it have a really awesome song in it, or really good use of some sort of meme? Anything? Do we see creativity and engagement? How many likes do you have? That literally is going to help you win. The more likes, the more likely you are to win. And then finally, does it incorporate Fiveable? Is it in the caption, what you're wearing, in something that you're doing? How have you incorporated Fiveable into it? So this is how you can win. A couple of quick notes. Make sure you follow Think Fiveable so that we can DM you if you've won. You can post as many times as you want. You can post today, tomorrow, every day, as many times during the day as you want, but you can only win once, so keep that in mind. And finally, some of our best social interns came from this contest last year. So if you're really awesome at social media and you're looking for an internship, show us what you've got, because we want to hire you. So I can't wait to see your posts. See you on the flip side. Good luck on your exams. Talk to you later.
All right, looks like we're having.
What up, AP students? Amanda here from.
There we go. Okay, sorry about that. It looks like we've got a little bit of technical difficulties going on. Some of y'all are having trouble. If you can hear me and you can't see me, please refresh your page and log back in. I know some of y'all are having trouble with it loading immediately. So thank you for writing that in the chat. And yeah, let's see. Let's give it just a second, make sure everybody's all logged in. Okay. Okay. Just so you know, we are on all the social media sites. Please come connect with us at Think Fiveable. We would love to hear what you have to say, hear how you're feeling about the tests, anything you got going on. We would love to connect. So please, please, please come friend us. All right. It looks like everybody is everybody in? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Well, let's get started. Here is just a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. We're in our intro now. Then we're going to do required docs and SCOTUS cases for probably about the first hour, hour and a half. Then essential concepts. We're going to go through all the units and talk about what you need to know. Key highlights. Then, of course, we're going to do some FRQ practice. We're going to go over the big one, the argumentative essay. And we are going to be doing some how-to MCQ. Plus, we're going to have MCQ questions kind of sprinkled throughout our slideshow. So please be ready to jump on whatever app we throw at you, because we're going to be using quizzes. We're going to be using Mentimeter. And we want feedback. We want y'all to interact with us. We want to see what's going on. All right, let's talk about testing administration dates. So everybody that is here, y'all are taking your test one of 3 days. If you are not sure, please ask your teacher. Administration day 1 is May 3rd. That is tomorrow. So some of you are taking your AP test tomorrow at 8 a.m. That is a paper test at school. Then administration 2 is May 20th at 11 a.m. And that is digital. So you might be taking it at home or at school on your computer. And then administration 3 is June 3rd at 11 a.m. and is also digital. So at school or at home. The only major difference between the paper test and the digital test is that when you are on the digital test, you do not have the luxury of moving back and forth through the MCQ questions. You can only move forward. And so this can really affect strategy for a lot of you that will skip ones that you don't know and come back, or you know, something jogs your memory and you're like, oh, now I know that answer, and you can't go backwards. So you just need to keep on moving. And we'll talk about this more later, but you know, if you get stuck, we don't have the luxury to stare at it for 10 minutes. We just got to keep going. So just know that going forward, don't leave anything blank, and y'all are going to do great. Robert, you want to go over our test format?
Yeah, test format. You have 2 sections, just like every AP exam. First one's going to be multiple choice. And most of you probably already know this, but just in case your teacher hasn't told you, or if they have and you forgot because your brain is fried, you have 55 multiple choice questions. You get over, as you can see, you get over a minute per question. So you have an hour and 20 minutes to do that. So they're a mixture, and we'll go over this in more detail later, but there's a mixture of stimulus and non-stimulus questions. And we're going to talk about each of those. So regardless of what kind of questions you've been exposed to this year, you're going to get a little bit of practice and just some good information on how to prep for those, even if the test is tomorrow. And it's 50% of your score. And the other 50% will be a free response section, which will be 4 questions. And Katie has them listed down there. And we're going to have a few slides for each of these later. So you'll have an hour and 40 minutes. And we'll repeat this a few times. You can divide that time up however you want on these 4 questions. But there's a concept application, quantitative analysis question, the SCOTUS Supreme Court comparison question, and the final, the big one, is the argumentative essay.
All right. And if you are not familiar with those essay questions, that is okay. We're going to be going through all of that. We're going to be teaching you how to do it, how to get a perfect score on those. So don't sweat it. And then honestly, just relax. At the end of the day, it is just a test and this test doesn't define you. It doesn't have anything to do with who you are. So let's all take a deep breath. Cleansing breath. And let's try to have some fun today. So the theme of the day is memes or GIFs or whatever you want to call them. They make Robert and I laugh, and we love them. We think they're hilarious. So hopefully you do too. You can let us know like which one your favorite one is. But prepare yourself. There are a lot.
And we can relate to you because the teachers sometimes are just as stressed as you guys because we care about you. And I know your teachers care about you as well. So, but I'm echoing what Katie just said. This is important, right? There's a lot on the line, but in another way, it's equally not gonna, it's not as important as many other things in life. So just do your best and let's have some fun today.
Yes, definitely. I know my kids are taking the AP test tomorrow, and I'm sweating it. Northlake kids, you better be here right now. My students better be on this stream. All right. So who is ready to learn something new? Let's go. Let's start. All right. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right, just want to take a minute and introduce our fabulous TA. She is Queen of AP Gov. Her name is Amrita, and she got an AP Gov score last year of a 5. And that is a 5 out of 5, y'all. So she is absolutely amazing. She's going to be hanging out with us today. She regularly monitors the Discord channel. So if you need anything, please hit up the Discord channel, and we're here to help you, but especially Amrita, like, she could run circles around us. Let's be honest. She's awesome. So here are her top 5 do's and don'ts of AP Gov. So do, practice active recall. So FRQ, MCQ. She uses the Feynman technique, writing out notes. Writing out notes is a big one, like that, taking time to like write things out. And there's something that connects like your hand with your brain. Like, I'm not a science person, I'm a history person, but something, it works. Also, this is a big one. I would really echo this one, is memorizing the FRQ rubrics. If you don't know what you're being tested on, you don't know what to put on that paper. And I have seen so many FRQs because I have the privilege of grading for the AP test. I'm an AP grader, and I get so many essays turned in on test day, and they're great essays. They've got great content knowledge, but they don't answer the questions because they don't answer the rubric. So knowing those rubrics, and then knowing core information of foundational documents and the SCOTUS cases is key. And then you've got to sleep to actually retain this information. If you stay up all night tonight, you're not gonna do all tomorrow. Like, at some point after this 5-hour, you've learned everything you can, shut it off, eat a good dinner, get a good sleep, wake up, have some breakfast, get some coffee if that's your thing, and then just go and relax.
Yeah, the don'ts, number 1 says write FRQs like a normal essay at the cost of losing points. I think with the exception, at least partially, with the argumentative essay, you have to be real careful with this. I know I've taught a variety of different AP classes, and a lot of these free response questions, especially the conceptual like, short answer question, does not require a thesis or a fancy intro. That you just need to get to the point. And again, more details on that later. The second one, go for a complexity point. Unlike world history, there isn't one. So don't get, a lot of you have taken AP World and maybe AP US History, to where they have much different rubrics and they're looking for specific writing styles on their rubric. And that's just not the case for the FRQs on AP Government. The third one, do not passively study, skimming notes and reading. Definitely the case. I'd say if you're taking the test tomorrow, that might be what you need to do just as kind of a refresher. But especially if you're taking those 2 test dates that Katie mentioned earlier, where you have a few more weeks, then definitely take this approach, or don't take this approach. Make sure you take this advice. And then number 4, don't summarize evidence instead of analyzing. Probably one of the biggest errors that Katie and other readers for AP Gov see on the writing. So yeah, great tips. And I think we said top 5, but we only got 4 on that one, but I'm sure we'll give you some more good do's and don'ts later on. Go ahead, Katie.
All right.
Oh, and then they also want us to make sure that we turned off the Q&A feature on Vimeo. So just if you have questions, make sure you post it in the discussion page.
And then they say that like right under the video on the Fiveable page, there is a spot for students to ask questions. So make sure you can see that and ask your questions there. Oh, golly, I'm sorry. All right, ready? Oh, that was a little scary. Let's go. Let's dive in. All right, required docs. And we are going to do our best to explain this to you like you were 5, because sometimes you need that, and that's okay. All right, Federalist number 10 and Brutus number 1. These are 2 that I can practically guarantee you're going to see on the AP test. These are just really, really common ones that we see a lot, we talk about a lot. I think it's because they're the first ones that we cover at the beginning of the year or the beginning of the semester, depending on if you take this at a year test or a semester test. Sorry, year class, semester class. So the Federalist number 10 and Brutus number 1 is those classic Federalist versus anti-Federalist thoughts, like viewpoints. And so our Federalists are going to be the people that support the Constitution. Our anti-Federalists are going to be people that didn't want to sign the Constitution. And so they're going to each publish their own information into different newspapers, especially in New York. And they're going to kind of battle it out between these Federalist papers and Brutus papers, or anti-Federalist papers, whatever you want to call them. But official title is Federalist and Brutus. So they both use the same argument to argue completely opposite viewpoints. And so that's why these 2 documents go so well together, is because they are direct, like they're literally directed at each other for the time period. And then also they use the same argument in 2 different ways. So Madison in Federalist number 10 is going to focus on the superiority of a large republic in controlling the mischief of faction. And mischief of faction is going to be like your key phrase from Federalist number 10. And so this is delegating authority to elected representatives and dispersing power between the states and national government. Okay, so it's a lot of words. What does that mean? Basically, majorities have so many people in them. We're such a large country that the majority has so many different people and so many different opinions that when we get them all together, not everybody's going to be able to agree. Even within the majority party or the majority, whatever the group is, the majority is still going to have different factions within themselves, and that's going to protect the minority group. The minority isn't going to be able to, the majority isn't going to be able to just like take over the world kind of thing, like without the minority. So basically all of that to say, so if we think about it like this, say you're in a room with 6 people and you all feel very strongly about chocolate. Okay. You are a majority about chocolate. And so it's like, okay, it's chocolate versus fruit candy. So all the fruit candies are outside and y'all are the chocolate candies. Within the chocolate candies, we're going to have white chocolate lovers and dark chocolate lovers and milk chocolate lovers. And so all these different factions are going to mean the chocolate is not going to be able to unite to take over the fruit candies. Hopefully that makes sense. And then our Federalist paper, our anti-Federalist paper, which is Brutus number 1, is going to say basically that all the different factions are dangerous because we are such a large, country that, and we were very small compared to what we are now back then when this was written. We're such a large country that the one national government, like a strong national government, isn't going to be able to represent all the different factions that we have in our country. So Federalist number 10, factions will keep us safe, keep the minority safe from the majority. Brutus number 1, factions are dangerous because the government can't represent all the factions. All right, Declaration of Independence. This is a nice and easy one, drafted by Jefferson with the help of Adams and Franklin. And basically, it's going to provide the foundation for popular sovereignty. And when I think popular sovereignty, I think people in power. The people have the power, the people give the government the power. And this goes back to Enlightenment thinking. So when a government, basically the Declaration of Independence is all about saying, we are choosing to be free. We are leaving the British government. We no longer respect or adhere to the monarchy. We are our own country. That's what you need to know about that. And it's all inspired by Enlightenment ideas. And we'll talk about more about what Enlightenment ideas are when we get to the Unit 1 content coverage. And then our U.S. Constitution, drafted in Philadelphia at the Philadelphia Convention or the Constitutional Convention, 2 names, same thing. And at this convention, George Washington was the president of the convention, which is very cool and kind of telling of American history and where we're headed. And so we're going to see important contributions from Madison and Hamilton, and they're going to provide the blueprint for a unique form of political democracy in the United States. And they are going to write the Constitution, and the Constitution is so cool because it is, it's held its own for a lot of years now. We're still a very young country, but ultimately what they accomplished in establishing our government in this document is it's something that I am still in awe of whenever I really think about it. All right, Articles of Confederation. And this is something that I really like to kind of nail home with my students, is that the Articles of Confederation were a complete failure. So the Articles of Confederation came before our Constitution, and the Articles of Confederation were very weak. They had a very weak national government. We didn't have a way to tax. We didn't have a way to have a standing army. We didn't have a president. We didn't have a Supreme Court. So the Articles of Confederation were it was a weak government system that gave the states all the power. But in that, we just saw a lot of weakness, and we'll talk about this in Unit 1 as well. But it's going to lead to Shays' Rebellion. It's going to lead to just a lot of problems that it's ultimately we'll see Shays' Rebellion happen, and then that will show us we need a stronger government. And that's going to ultimately lead into the Constitutional Convention. And then we have Federalist number 51, and then again, the Constitution. And the Constitution can be related to almost all of our required docs. So that's a really kind of good, sounding board document that you can then relate all your other documents to, in a lot of cases, I would say. Would you agree with that, Robert?
Yeah, sorry, I was analyzing the
discussion.
Thank you. A bit, but
I appreciate that.
I concur.
Yes, that the Constitution is just kind of like our you can throw almost anything at the Constitution and it'll hold its own. The Federalist number 1. So again, we were talking about a Federalist paper. And so this is an argument for the Constitution, for signing the Constitution, when we were trying to decide if we were going to sign it and put it into action. And Federalist number 51 is going to explain how constitutional provisions of separations of power and checks and balances control abuses by majorities. So again, we're talking about majorities, but the majority is going to keep itself in check because we're going to have these separation of powers between our 3 branches, and we're going to have the checks and balances. So each branch checks each other and it keeps everybody in line. And so we can compare this with the Constitution because the Federalist number 51 says this is why it's good, like this is why we need to do it. And then the Constitution is like, this is how we're going to do it. So they're directly related in that case. Our next foundational document is Letter from Birmingham Jail. And this is going to be a kind of gimme one because it's in the name. It's there for you. Letter from Birmingham Jail. And so this is written by Martin Luther King Jr. It was written during the Civil Rights Movement. He wrote it when he was in a Birmingham jail. And this is going to be in response to, there will be a group of white clergymen that write a letter, like an open letter saying that the protests need to settle down, you know, kind of going against what Martin Luther King is fighting for, or at least the way he's going about it. And so Martin Luther King Jr. is going to come back and write this letter from Birmingham Jail, and just say, like, y'all should be the ones on our side. Like, we need the church on our side. We need the church fighting for equality. And so he's going to kind of call all of them out. And then this is going to really lead to, it's going to kind of bolster the civil rights movement, which ultimately leads to equality in race, national origin, religion, sex. All these things we're going to lead to equality under the law and equality through due process, through equal protection clauses. And then it's also going to be associated with the civil rights movement, of course, but then also the women's rights movement and the LGBTQ rights movement are all going to be kind of bolstered by, like, this letter and this movement. So I know a lot of our required docs are very, very kind of dry, hard to get through. It's easier just to kind of like summarize them. This is one that if you have time, whether it's today, whether it's in a week or in a month, sit down and read this one. This is a good one.
And that quote says it all too, right? And on our little GIF there, in terms of, like, what you said, connecting the core, like, idea or the core theme of this document and how it influenced all of the, like, future movements for women's rights, LGBTQ rights. And I mean, I could totally see that being something that they test on one of the written components of the exam as well.
Yes, especially with kind of our political climate of today and how we're going through an almost a second civil rights movement right now. And the College Board loves when you can relate things to current day actions, especially current day political stuff. So this would be a great one to relate to what you're seeing on the news every day. All right. I love this meme so much. It cracks me up. And when you're thinking about, like, oh gosh, Federalist number 70, what is that? Okay, I want you to think this. This is going to sound so silly, but this is how I remember this. Federalist number 70. 70 is kind of old. 70 is kind of old. Presidents are kind of old. Biden doing weights in the White House. Like, put all that together in your head and you'll remember Federalist number 70. Still, 70 years old, still doing weights in the presidency. And so what Federalist number 70 is all about is that we need a strong, energetic executive. And our executive is our president. And so why do we need a strong executive? Why do we need an energetic executive? And ultimately, it's going to bring together unity. It's going to bring together the duration of our country. And then it's going to bring about an adequate provision for its support. So it's going to support our country. And then it's going to bring about competent powers. So basically, we need one person in charge that's going to link all of us together that we can kind of rally behind. And that person can lead us. And then also, it kind of goes on to say, like, if we have a feeble executive, we have a feeble government, we have a feeble country. And so this kind of strong executive, this strong leader, kind of directly kind of trickles down into, like, who's representing you, kind of think of it like face of the country kind of thing. But then also it talks about that if it's like, well, if we have multiple people as executives, we have multiple executives, then we'll have a problem with quick decision making. So we need a fast decision making, especially in times of crisis, because Congress is very, very, very slow, and it's slow for a good reason. It helps protect the minority from the majority with that slow Congress. But in times of war, in times of national crisis, we need a strong executive to act quickly. And then also They also talk about if we have multiple executives and then something goes wrong, who do you blame? If you have one person in charge, you have one person to blame. And so it's not playing the blame game, trying to figure out whose fault it is. So all those things are kind of the Federalist paper about having a strong president. All right, and then we've got Federalist number 78. And Federalist number 78 is going to set up the judiciary, and the judiciary is ultimately the Supreme Court, but then the federal courts underneath it. And so I love this quote, because it's very true, is that the judiciary has no influence over either the sword or the purse, no direction either of the strength or of the wealth of the society, and can take no active resolution whatever. It may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. So I think this is really cool because it really kind of highlights what the Supreme Court's there for. It's to make decisions and kind of rule on what the Constitution says. And ultimately, with the Supreme Court, their end all be all of their job is what the Constitution says, right? Going down to the Constitution, breaking the Constitution down, what's constitutionally true, and that's like their live or die by. So they don't have the power of the army, the sword. They don't have the power of a bank, the purse. They just have the power of good decision making, and it's up to everybody else to enforce their decisions. All right, that, my friends, that's all your required docs and speed rounds. So we're going to do a quick quizzes. We've got a couple questions, so please go to joinmyquizzes.com and then enter the code 483012. And
Katie, I think this is set for a live quiz, right? So for the people that watch this on demand, this will not work, but we are going to have a code for kids that are watching on demand, like in a resource list at the end of the presentation.
Yes, if you are watching the replay, don't worry, we've got you covered. Oh gosh, what is that? Is that everybody?
I can hear them.
Oh, how do I turn the sound off? Oh my gosh, it's gonna pop like 450 times.
You can mute it once you press the start button.
But not until?
I'm not sure.
All right, well, everybody's joining in. This is great. That's a lot of popping here. I'm just gonna mute me for a second, so you won't hear us for a second.
Hopefully it doesn't crash. We'll see if quizzes will hold up, but we can go over some of this later if quiz doesn't work.
Yeah. All right, and remember, this is a competition. Points do matter. You get bragging rights forever.
And you can actually start it once this slows down a little bit, and kids can still, the code will be at the top of the screen. They can still log in even if they get a little late.
Okay, we're at about halfway right now.
Hopefully it doesn't crash.
Fingers crossed, guys.
It's a good problem to have, though. That means a lot of you are on.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Right now we've got 466 of y'all live with us. That is amazing. All right. Okay, all right, I'm gonna start this. If you haven't logged in yet, don't worry, just jump in where you can. And everybody do your best. Ready? On your marks, get set, go. I think, maybe. Evidently quizzes wanted to wait for y'all, sorry. There we go.
Uh-oh.
No.
It might be too many people. Oh, there it goes. You can mute it at the top.
Oh, okay. Kind of like the music.
Yeah.
All right, let's refresh. All right, hopefully this is working for y'all.
Hey.
Oh, okay, people are doing great. Oh, check out Betsy. Oh no, disconnected.
It's fighting hard.
It is.
Keep up with you guys.
Man, Betsy's killing it. Beating everybody by 2,000 points. I like it. Should I refresh again?
Probably going to have to, and eventually you might have to just end it a little early. It'll show you a summary of the quiz afterwards, and you can go over a few if you want to.
Yeah.
I think we're doing pretty good on time so far.
Oh, we are doing great on time. Okay. Okay, that's awesome, guys. That means we've got more time to practice, more time to hang out. Got through required docs much faster than anticipated. Ooh,
Hey,
Maddie, nice. Anyways. See if it'll pop back in. Hopefully it's just us disconnecting us and not y'all.
Are you able to dismiss that error message and loading slowly?
Sorry, guys. There is just a lot of y'all, which is awesome. We're very excited about it. Okay, it looks like probably everybody's done. Is everybody done? We're gonna refresh it one more time. All right, there we go. All right, it looks like our official winner is Maddie with Isabella in second and Akshata in third, and honorable mention is Alex. But look at that. Look at all those 10 in a row. 10 of y'all got 10 in a row. Nice.
And you can actually sort by accuracy if you wanted to see the ones that were missed by more students.
Okay.
Put on that little box in the upper right.
Yeah, sort by accuracy. Awesome. Okay. All right, let's see. Number 5. Y'all did.
That was actually the one that scored the best on it.
Yeah, y'all did great.
The yellow one all the way to the right.
So Energy the Executive, 70. Awesome. So maybe my weird link did work. My weird brain. Okay, and then again, y'all killed factions. All right, so y'all are doing awesome. Let's go see what y'all struggled with. Okay. Let us now proceed to inquire whether it be best the 13 United States should be reduced to one great republic or not. It is here taken for granted that all agree in this, that whatever government we adopt, it ought to be a free one, that it should be so framed as to secure the liberty of the citizens of America and such as to admit of a full, fair, and equal representation of the people. All right.
If you click on end, I think it'll show you all the answers.
On end.
And it'll show us the ones that
okay.
we might have to cut a few people off, but that's okay. They did really well though. There was only a few that struggled. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Whoa. That was a lot of checks. But I'm guessing that means a lot of checks means y'all are doing fine. All right, let's see if we can pull up any of these questions. Sorry, guys. If we can't go over them, hopefully quizzes told you kind of what the correct answer was, and y'all can see that. Oh, we actually have a different first place. Our first place is Allison. Very nice.
Mastery party.
Mastery party. Look at all that. Look at all of y'all that scored 100. Fantastic. Okay. Here, review question. All right, and then accuracy. 83% of y'all got Federalist number 10, but only 51% of y'all got Federalist number 51. And so if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. So this was a hard one. You know, the Federalist ones are tricky because we have 4 Federalist Papers, and trying to keep in mind which one everyone is hard. Like, just want to validate that that's hard. But since we have this pulled up, let's go back and look at Federalist number 51 really quick, because we're doing well on time. And so Federalist number 51 is talking about the separation of powers, and it's going to control the abuses. So when we talk about, we'll go back to our quote, why if angels were to govern men, then we wouldn't need this, but we have to control kind of that human nature side is what they were talking about. That, you know, there's going to be corruption, and so we've got to keep it in check. And so that's going to be Federalist number 51.
That's pretty much what this whole class is structured around. I think it's one of the core foundations, right? Just the struggle of power between all the 3 branches, and also like the bureaucracy. And we're going to get into a lot of specific examples of that. So within all those 4 branches, there's 0 angels, right? So if there were checks on their power, as you know, Katie, and we'll go over specific examples later, but there would be abuses of power, and that's essentially what I think they're getting at here in Federalist 51. So a great one, and definitely something to look out for as a stimulus as well. Super famous quote here from this Federalist paper.
Yes, and I, you know, I love politics. I'm an AP government and politics teacher, but my first love is really history. And so I love looking at the history and kind of the cause and effects of how we got these political ideas. And when in doubt, think about what happened in history during the colonies and when Great Britain was in charge and they had a king, and all the things the king did that made the colonists mad directly affected what they decided was important, because it was the same people that lived through, you know, that lived through the rebellion, the American Revolution, and then writing the Constitution. Same people, same generation. So what they went through is going to directly affect how they wrote the Constitution. If you have that in mind, it really helps me whenever I'm like, oh, wait, was this in the Constitution? And I was like, oh, yes, this would be in the Constitution because Great Britain did X, Y, Z. So it's an easy way to kind of like help jog your memory. Rely on that AP US history class y'all took. And then let's see, 65% of y'all got this right, so that's great. And so this is talking about rights, and then and this is the key part right here, is when any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and institute a new government. So this is what they stood on, this Enlightenment ideal of a social contract. And so with a social contract is kind of like an unwritten law, right? And so different social contracts kind of in our lives. I like to think of, you know, when you're on a plane and the plane lands and everybody stands up, but whoever's in the front of the plane gets off first and everybody files. And if you ever seen somebody like try to run up the aisle and everybody's like, what are you doing? like, no, like you wait your turn, or like putting your grocery cart back. Like there are all these kind of like unwritten rules we have that are kind of like social contracts. And so those are like small baby versions of the big social contract that in a democracy we have between the people and the government. And it's that we give up a small part of our power to the government so that the government can rule. But in return, the government protects our rights and our freedoms and keeps us safe. And if at any point the government fails to do that, then the social contract is broken and the people are allowed to rebel. And so that is the basis of the Declaration of Independence. Like the colonists are claiming like their right to leave. All right, 74% of y'all got this one right. So dividing the legislative into different branches, Federalist number 51. Energy, the executive, 89% of y'all got this. Federalist 70.
You see Biden doing curls in that one.
Yes, I think we're all going to remember that forever. I know I am. And then we've got our vast republic, and then the factions being dangerous. If factions are dangerous, it's Brutus. If factions are safe, it's Federalist number 10. Oh gosh, 80% of y'all got this. That's amazing. So talking about being oppressed, the oppressor, letter from Birmingham Jail. Very good. All right, little shakier on this one. And it just comes down to all the different Federalist ones. They're just hard to remember who goes where. But, we're talking about the judiciary here. And so I don't know if you can find some sort of way to remember 78, judiciary, Supreme Court, all like that. I don't have a good, I can't think of anything. I don't know, memorization guys.
We'll have to think about that throughout the stream.
Yeah.
We'll come up with something.
Okay, and then here's one y'all really struggle with. Only 59% of y'all got this right. And so each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to the U.S. states and Congress assembled. And so this is highlighting state power over national government power. And so really keeping in mind that if they're stressing states, it's the Articles of Confederation. I don't know, Robert, correct me if you disagree with this. I guess this is kind of an opinion, but I would think that if they are quoting a required doc and it's about state power, you pretty much guarantee it's going to be Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, or 10th Amendment, right, potentially. But yeah. Like whether it's a court case, but absolutely, definitely a red flag for AOC and not the member of Congress.
Yes.
Right on.
And so if y'all can kind of like pick key ideas from each of these documents, you don't need to know, you don't have to have the whole thing memorized. Absolutely not. And so people are constantly asking me like, how much do I need to know? And so it's, can you like, what are the flags of each one? Like what's like could you flashcard it and put it on the back of a flashcard? Like Articles of Confederation, weak national government, strong state government. Bam, done. Like kind of key ideas. All right, we also really struggle with this one. Okay, 48% of y'all got this right. And so it's the question of whether it'd be best that the 13th United States should be reduced to one great republic or not. It is here taken for granted that all agree in this, that whatever government we adopt, it ought to be a free one, that it should be so framed as to secure the liberty of the citizens of America and such as one as to admit of a full, fair, and equal representation of the people. And so this is kind of the only thing that I can really kind of give you as a takeaway, is that they're talking about whether or not, like what kind of government we should have. And it's not giving a strong argument for the Constitution and the national government and why we need it. And so anytime it's like, we need a national government, we need an executive, we need a Supreme Court, like those are all Federalist Papers. And so when you see some kind of wavering here, that would be like my red flag to pick Brutus. All right, and that is all of them. Man, worst case scenario is the 48%. Like, that's awesome. All right, so far so good, guys. Y'all are killing it. All right, sorry, we're gonna... Okay. Yeah, all right, here we go. Next up, we are going to be talking about our required SCOTUS cases. And so these are all the cases that you have to be able to reference for the AP test, not only for multiple choice, but then also you have an FRQ where they will give you, they will explain a SCOTUS case that you don't know, but it will directly relate to one of the SCOTUS cases that you do know. And you're going to need to be able to talk about them and compare and contrast. And so we'll talk about how to do that more later. But now I need y'all to know all of these cases. And this is one that if you don't know them, flashcard them, guys. It's just kind of a straight memorization thing. But the one thing that is helpful is that all of our cases can be broken into, I think it's 7 categories. And so 7 main categories. And so if you don't know, sorry, I thought I had it listed all on one slide. I don't. But if you don't know all the ideas of it, but you can tell me which category the slide goes into, you can get a main idea out of it. And so we're going to go over the category, and then we're going to go over the case. So federalism. What is federalism? So we just talked about the Federalist Papers as in support of the Constitution. And then, which kind of goes hand in hand, is federalism, which is established by our Constitution, and that we have a separation of power between the states and the national government. And so whenever we see this separation of power and who gets what power, that is federalism. And so our 2 cases for federalism are McCulloch versus Maryland and United States versus Lopez. All right, so McCulloch versus Maryland. This is one of our first cases that we see when we kind of open up AP Gov World, and we walk in and we see McCulloch versus Maryland. And this all has to do with establishing a bank and a national bank. And so there's going to be a national bank in Maryland, and the state of Maryland is going to put out a tax on all the banks in Maryland. And so they're going to send the same tax to the national bank because they're in Maryland. And they're like, nope, this is all banks in Maryland have to pay it. You have to pay it too. So McCulloch, who is going to be the person in charge at this bank, he's going to say, no, we are not a state bank. We're a national bank. We don't have to pay this tax. And they're going to go to court over it. And so they're going to, the big issue here is, did Congress's implied powers and or states' rights include the creation of the bank? So did the national government even have the right to start a bank? And then secondly, did Maryland's tax overstep state jurisdiction? And ultimately, there's going to be a unanimous decision for McCulloch, declaring that Congress was in line and that Maryland couldn't interfere with the operation of institutions run by the federal government. And so this case is going to establish the supremacy of the U.S. Constitution and the federal laws over state laws. So from here on out, this is a precedent that federal law is always going to trump state law. You can't have any sort of situation where you are trying to outlaw something that the national law says you can do, anything like that. And so we'll see a couple more cases like this, but ultimately the state law versus national law.
Now, one more thing to add to this one is the necessary and proper clause. That was like the second component of this, and you hit on that a little bit, but if you guys are taking notes, make sure you take note that this was essentially the first time when we talk about enumerated and implied powers later in the slide deck. We'll go back to this a little bit, but make sure you connect this Supreme Court case or Supreme Court decision with the idea that Congress, because there was no national bank mentioned in the Constitution, right? It's not like an enumerated power, so it was implied. So Congress argued that the national bank was necessary and proper to carry out their enumerated power of taxation. So really important, like that elastic or necessary and proper clause, because we're stretching the powers of Congress in this case, and it's a big loss for state rights.
Let's do some quick definitions, because we're throwing out a lot of definitions that maybe people don't know. So can you kind of talk about enumerated powers versus implied powers?
Yeah, enumerated powers, and again, fill in wherever I like mess up, but enumerated powers are those that are enumerated or listed specifically in the text of the Constitution. Congress's power to declare war. I'm blanking a little bit here, but there are all kinds of, though I already mentioned the one power, the right to tax. And then implied powers are those that are implied. They're not explicitly written in the Constitution, but they're there. And those are where the Supreme Court has come in, and in some cases, in McCulloch here, the Supreme Court essentially ruled in favor of the creation of a national bank, even though it wasn't specifically enumerated or listed in the Constitution.
Yes, and then the necessary and proper clause, we'll talk about that a lot. That's a very big buzzword in AP Gov. And so you'll hear necessary and proper, and like Robert said, it's either necessary and proper or elastic clause. Same thing, two different names. But ultimately that the national government has the right to create whatever they need to run the national government well. And this was their, like what do they call it? It's called a fail-safe. Is that the phrase?
I don't know. This sounds good to me.
We'll go with fail-safe. It was kind of like their, I don't know, like their emergency eject button. It was going to save them because they had, with the Articles of Confederation, the original government that we had in place, they didn't have a way to fix it easily. And so when everything went, basically hell in a handbasket real fast, like we didn't have a way to get out of it. There wasn't an easy way to amend it. And so this was kind of their constitutional emergency eject button, like, oh, like we can add anything we want in there so that we can run this well, because they didn't have that for Articles of Confederation. So
and there have been times, as I think Katie is going to show on the next slide, where Congress has tried to stretch that power much too far, to where they try to imply that they have way more power than they really do, mm-hmm. and the Supreme Court comes in and slaps them on the hand and strikes down a law. So, and we're going to get into that with U.S. v. Lopez.
Yes. And so U.S. versus Lopez is a very interesting one, because I found that a lot of my students get, I don't know, worked up is too exaggerated, but like, not worked up about it, but like confused. Like this is kind of the first time that it's a little confusing, because this is about, he was a teenager at the time, Alfonso Lopez, and he brings a concealed weapon to school. So he's in high school in Texas. He brings a gun on campus, and he was charged first by the state and then federally by the national government, because the national government had created this gun-free school zone act in 1990. And so this stated that on the basis of the Commerce Clause, firearms within school zones were prohibited. And so our big constitutional issue is, did the Gun-Free School Zone Act of 1990 overextend the power of the Commerce Clause? And ultimately, like, are we saying, is it okay to bring guns to school? No. We are arguing the basis of the Constitution. And this is when we talk about constitutional truth and not like moral truth or what's good, what's bad. Like, we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about what does the Constitution say and what's the constitutional basis. And that can be confusing for students, because we're going to see this and be like, oh, he brought a gun to school, like, bad. But like, actually, he won this case because the national government overextended its power by trying to create gun-free school zones under the Commerce Clause. And the Commerce Clause says that the national government has the right to regulate trade between states. And so the Supreme Court is going to review this case and be like, y'all, how did you put guns under state? Like, no, that doesn't go.
Those aren't related.
Yes. And so like this was a good idea. Like, yes, we would like to outlaw students bringing guns to school. Like, no one's saying that's bad. We're just saying that they picked the wrong clause to put it under.
And what's the fear there, right? If they didn't make this decision, then that empowers Congress to make other laws that have literally nothing to do with commerce. Like, where would it end? What else can they do to like shrink like state rights? You know, this is basically about state rights. Like states, you know, want to have control over their own laws as much as possible. And in this case, the federal government tried to limit those by this Gun-Free Schools Bones Act, and they overstepped because it, as Katie already mentioned, just didn't have anything to do with commerce. Obviously, some of the judges disagreed with that, but it was a pretty narrow ruling. But again, this was a win. Unlike McCulloch, USC Lopez was a huge win for the 10th Amendment and states' rights over federal rights.
Yes. So so ultimately it kind of like reins the national government in a bit. They had gotten a little willy-nilly with how far they could stretch you know, their enumerated powers and you know, necessary, you know, kind of throws in, you can throw necessary and proper in there, you can throw enumerated, you can throw kind of a lot of things at this, but ultimately it comes down to the Commerce Clause, and it didn't go with the Commerce Clause. So that's what you need to know about that. And then just like a little interesting fun fact, because Alfonso Lopez was then only tried by the state and not the federal government, he wasn't, you know, he like got in trouble with the state, was tried by the state, all like that. But because he didn't have a federal charge against him, he would then went on and joined the military, which he wouldn't have been able to do if he had been charged by the federal government. Sorry, here's your fun fact for the day. All right. So then we've got the First Amendment. And so the First Amendment, we're just going to read it word for word because every bit of it's really important. So Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So this is our First Amendment, and it goes in with our Bill of Rights. And so we actually have 5 different cases that go with the First Amendment. So Engel versus Vitale, Wisconsin versus Yoder, Tinker versus Des Moines, New York Times Company versus United States, and Schenck versus United States. And these are all First Amendment issues. All right, so Engel versus Vitale. In Engel versus Vitale, it turned into an issue about prayer in schools. And ultimately, they decided that because even though it was a voluntary prayer, because it was led by somebody in kind of like a position of power in a public role, you know, public teachers are government employees, that we can't have them leading students in prayer because we can't have a national religion. And because we have that separation of church and state, and we don't want to, you know, endorse a religion or take away somebody's religious rights, we can't have somebody in power because, especially with students, and this can go, you can argue this with any American, but I think it kind of really ran true about students, is that while students, yes, had the choice to say, no, I'm not going to participate, a lot of students would have trouble making that choice because they would feel pressured from a person in authority. And so the constitutional issue here is, does a non-denominational prayer violate the Establishment Clause, which states there cannot be laws made respecting an establishment of religion? And ultimately, they decided 6-1 for Engel and deemed schools prohibited from facilitating prayer. So can you pray at your school? Sure. As long as the law kind of reads, as long as it's not disrupting instructional time, you are allowed to worship however you want to worship. No one's telling you that you can't worship in schools, or that you can't pray in schools, or that you can't talk about whatever your religion is in schools. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that school sponsorship of religious activities violates the Establishment Clause. And so that's what it really comes down to, is that we're not going to have people that are in the government leading anybody else in prayer, having anybody else adhere to their own religious beliefs or their own religious views, because that is a violation of First Amendment rights.
And the teachers in this case, just because my students in the past have gotten confused, like, well, you don't work for the federal government, Mr. Mayfield. Well, we're government employees because we get paid like tax dollars, right? So at any level of government, at public schools, this applies because, again, you would in essence be establishing a religion if I just walked into first period tomorrow and said, bow your heads, kids, and let's have a word of prayer before the AP exam. I would be establishing religion. I'd be like, essentially the government would be forcing religion on people, and at least some of them probably wouldn't want that. And that's essentially sums up like the core issue here.
Yes, so we're not only respecting people's freedom to practice religion, we're respecting people's decision to not practice. It kind of goes both ways. Next up is Wisconsin versus Yoder, and this is also another religion case. So Amish, this is about Amish students. Yoder, and along with several other parents in the Amish community, are going to challenge Wisconsin, saying that they don't want their students going to school past 8th grade because it's going to change, it's going to alter how they raise their children and what their children are exposed to, and it's going to alter their ability to join the Amish community when they finish high school. And it's just going to cause, it's causing problems for their Amish community, and that's their religion. And so constitutional issue here is does requiring children to attend school until 16 without exception for certain faiths violate the parents' right under the Free Exercise Clause or the First Amendment. And unanimously, they're going to decide in favor of Yoder or the Amish family. And compelling Amish students to attend school past the 8th grade violates the Free Exercise Clause. And the Free Exercise Clause says that you're allowed to freely practice your religion as long as it's not hurting anybody else. You're allowed to practice whatever religion, however you see fit. And interestingly enough, this has been a big case that a lot of homeschool families have used to choose to homeschool their children. Because a lot of parents choose to homeschool based on religious reasons. You know, they homeschool for a lot of reasons, but religion is usually a large factor, and they'll use Wisconsin versus Yoder to defend that decision. All right, Tinker versus Des Moines.
His gifts are great.
I was just thinking that.
Terrifying.
The rake, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is all about the right to express yourself, freedom of expression. And so there are going to be students, especially students in the Tinker family, and their friend Christopher Eckhart are going to decide to wear black armbands to school to protest the Vietnam War. And so they aren't planning to, you know, picket or to, you know, not go to class or do anything like that. They just want to wear black armbands. And so the administration is going to find out about it. They're going to say this is a distraction from class and you're not allowed to do it. And then they told them they had to either take it off or they were suspending them until they did. So the constitutional issue here is, did prohibiting students from wearing armbands in protest violate the freedom of speech or expression declared in the First Amendment? And they're going to decide that, yes, it does. It does violate their freedom for expression. And so their reasoning is that the protest in this case did not materially or substantially interfere with school operations. So what they're doing it's not hurting anybody. It's not really distracting from instructional time. It's not really causing a problem. And that ultimately this was symbolic speech. And so this is going to establish the idea of symbolic speech, which we hadn't really seen before. And then also it gave students a certain amount of power by the quote, the justice's quote saying, students don't shed their rights at the schoolhouse gate. So it's establishing that students still have their own, like a good amount of rights inside of a school.
Katie,
yeah.
Can I ask you a question about this one?
Mm-hmm.
What would be an example when the students would be ruled against? Like what can students not, because students can't just wear anything to school, right?
They
can't. And are there any exceptions to like this ruling here? Because you can think of off the top of your head. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, this is a good one. And this is one that we always debate in my class. And so there is a certain amount of like codes that you agree to follow, right? When you go to school, there are certain things certain rules that you agree to and that your parents agree to. And they want to keep everybody safe. They want to keep everybody focused on school and not distracted and things like that. But then what we really talk about at my school, because I work at a private school, is that we have very strict rules about everything. And you can be punished for anything you do inside or outside of school at my school. And you can, very strict rules on what they can wear. And for them, they sign a code of conduct before school starts, and their parents sign the code of conduct and they say, this is what we're going to follow. And so they have to give up a little more freedom to choose to go to school there.
And
sorry, I think I kind of went sideways there.
Public schools as well, right? I mean, private and public. So you can't wear anything, but in this case, there was like no harm being done and it wasn't disrupting anything like you were saying. So the kids won out.
And so things that would be disruptful or violating the symbolic speech would be something that would be hurtful or harmful to somebody else. So just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you have the right to hurt somebody else. So symbolic speech, like wearing a swastika on your shirt or something like that, or wearing hate speech on your shirt, that's not going to fly.
Very good.
All right, New York Times Company versus United States. So this is when they released the Pentagon Papers. So this is a huge scandal in the 1970s. And so it was all about the US's involvement in Vietnam. And then Daniel Ellsberg is going to leak these papers from the Pentagon and then publish them in the newspaper or try to. And so the Nixon administration is going to try to apply prior restraint. So making sure that they don't publish them before they publish them on the basis of being classified material. And so the constitutional issue was the Nixon administration's prior restraint a violation of the First Amendment's freedom of the press? And the decision is going to be, we see a lot of kind of unanimous decisions in a lot of these cases, and this one's 6-3. And so this decision is a little bit, farther apart. It's not, not that kind of unanimous thing, but they rule in favor of the New York Times Company that we have freedom of the press, and that freedom of the press can't be stopped by prior restraint. We can't tell the press what they can and cannot publish before they publish it, even in cases involving national security. But this is what I think is very interesting about this is even though New York Times Company had the right to publish these papers, did Daniel Ellsberg have the right to leak them? Mm-hmm. And ultimately, the answer is no. And so he is going to be prosecuted. And he gets off on, the defense made a ton of mistakes and, the DA made a ton of mistakes. And so he got off on a technicality, but so they're not saying that national, people that are under like different levels of classification and security, that they can say whatever they want. They're saying that the press is allowed to say whatever they want. So we're establishing that we're keeping freedom of press. Even when it hurts our government, we still need freedom of press to maintain our freedom as a nation.
Yeah, why is that important? Because I know there's a lot of countries that we get referenced right now that do not have this. And so how is life different for people in those countries? Because that's part of understanding like why the Supreme Court ruled the way they did in this case, correct? Like if you go to China or North Korea or some of these extreme communist countries or authoritarian countries, what's the what's the freedom of press like? Is there even a freedom of press there at all?
There isn't. And what we've seen recently, just in the past few months, I don't know if y'all have been watching, but the events in Hong Kong and, you know, China taking back over Hong Kong, and Hong Kong's been a democratic country or country-ish for 100 years and democratic territory. And they are saying, so they were publishing in the newspaper, like, they don't want to be communist. Like, they're against the Chinese government, things like that. And those people are either being like mass arrested or disappearing. So, they're saying that if we don't, ultimately, that our founding fathers said, if we don't have freedom of the press, we don't have a free government. Because if we can't publish what's happening in our government, then there's no way to keep them accountable and keep us free.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't saying that, I mean, you can pretty much publish nearly anything you want, but that doesn't mean that you can't get punished after the fact if you present something false or malicious, correct?
Correct. Yes. We still, you know, we've got like seditious libel and things like that. Like, we can't like spread lies that are going to hurt people's career, put people in jeopardy, things like that. Like, we still have to maintain a certain level of safety, but also we need to freely be able to say, like, I'm unhappy with the American government because of XYZ, and that needs to be protected.
All right, we got one more for the First Amendment.
One more, yes. And this is Charles Schenck. He was an American socialist that was charged with violating the Espionage Act. Like, this always sounds like a super spy to me, but anyways, of 1917. And he wasn't a super spy. He was just distributing pamphlets about World War I, and saying that the draft was violating the 13th Amendment. And his argument here was that it was involuntary servitude, that the draft saying you have to enlist in the military. He's saying that's involuntary servitude equal to slavery. And so on the premise of the 13th Amendment, you don't have to show up for your draft assignment. And so constitutionally, did the Espionage Act violate the First Amendment as an exercise of Congress's wartime power? So did Charles Schenck have the right to hand out these pamphlets to people that were being drafted saying, you don't have to go? And it was actually ruled in a unanimous decision in favor of the United States, saying that, like, no, he doesn't have that right to spread this false information to all these people, because that could really hurt them if they didn't show up because they thought they didn't have to. And then this is what's going to set up the clear and present danger kind of idea, and saying that clear and present danger is not protected by the First Amendment. And what we always kind of go back to in my class is, are you allowed to walk into an airport and yell bomb? Are you allowed to walk into a movie theater and yell fire? Like, technically you can, but it's not going to go over well for you because it's violating the clear and present danger clause. So that's what you need to know about this. You don't really need to know everything else. You need to know that this is establishing clear and present danger.
So you can't say whatever you want in this country. There are limitations.
Yes. And I feel like this needs to be said, because I feel like we go over this a lot in my classroom, is just because we have freedom of speech, does that mean that anybody has to listen to you? No. And a lot of times people are like, free speech, I can say whatever I want. I'm like, you can, but nobody has to listen. So that's just kind of, you can't use that as a blanket statement. Like, we can't just say free speech for anything. And it doesn't cover hate speech, and it doesn't cover dangerous speech. All right, this one I feel like is always confusing. Selective incorporation is our idea, but everybody's like, selective incorporation, like, what is that? And I don't know why they call it this, because in my mind, it doesn't make any sense, but I don't make the rules. I just follow them. So selective incorporation, it's defined as the constitutional doctrine that ensures that states cannot create laws that infringe or take away the constitutional rights of citizens. And so the part of the Constitution that provides for selective incorporation is the 14th Amendment. And ultimately what it's saying is that a state can't make any sort of law that's going to violate or take away a right that we're given in the Constitution. So like we can't have, so I'm in Louisiana, so we have freedom of speech. Louisiana can't come out tomorrow and say, new law, no one has free speech in Louisiana. Like we can't take away national government given rights.
And the purpose of this doctrine of selective incorporation is because the original purpose of the Bill of Rights was to protect against the federal government, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Not the state governments, but what we've seen over time, like Katie just said, some states have created what we would consider pretty bogus laws that actually were discriminating against certain groups and taking speech away or not extending certain rights and liberties, especially in the Bill of Rights, that are supposed to be applied to everyone. So we're going to get into it. And then that happened over time, though. That's why it's called selective incorporation. As the justices receive these cases that Katie's going to talk about here in a few moments, their decisions are the ones that like basically nationalize the rights and liberties in the Bill of Rights and basically force them to be followed by all 50 states, because in some cases that just wasn't happening.
Yes, and we're especially going to see this. So we want to think of selective incorporation as like selectively deciding who gets rights and who doesn't. The people that are going to be infringed upon are going to be our minority groups. And so ultimately this is putting in place that the national government is going to protect all people, that the Constitution represents all people. It didn't when it was written, but now we're saying the Constitution, represents all Americans, and we all have the same equal rights under them.
And one more quick thing, if you see the dates for these cases, Gideon, Roe, and McDonald, getting back to that idea of why is it called selective incorporation, that's because the Bill of Rights wasn't incorporated all at one time with one case. As cases came, like as Gideon petitioned to the Supreme Court, they didn't have, like a lawyer, because Florida didn't, had a state law that didn't provide him, a poor guy with a lawyer. They eventually ruled in his favor, and then that became incorporated, just that one right. And there's a lot more, within the Bill of Rights, but that one right in 1963 was incorporated, basically, again, nationalized or forced for not only the state of Florida, but all states that had similar laws that restricted the right to a fair trial. So it's super. This is one of the most confusing concepts, I think, for students and even a lot of teachers, just to understand and to teach clearly. So we'll do our best.
Yes, but I think the way you defined that it was selectively incorporated, selectively incorporating the Bill of Rights to groups of people, like that's a really good way to remember that. So when you see selective incorporation, don't panic and be like, I don't know what that is. Break down the words. If you can kind of break down each word individually and figure it out, that's what I do. I find it helps
and
me.
The Supreme Court didn't, and you guys probably know this because your teachers have been teaching us all year, they didn't go and select the cases themselves. That's not what selective means. It simply means that these rights were incorporated selectively as people petitioned the court, just like Gideon petitioned the court and they ruled in Gideon's favor. Boom. You got one part of this, one liberty that was not extended, that was not forced upon all 50 states, that now has been because Gideon petitioned the court. If Gideon never petitioned the court, you'd still have some of these laws where people who get accused of a crime and can't pay for a lawyer wouldn't be granted a lawyer. If the state law said they didn't have to. But the Supreme Court incorporated that right, and now you have to. Hopefully, you guys never find yourselves in that situation to where you're down, at the local jail or prison. But if you were, even for like the most minor offense, a traffic stop, you have a right to a lawyer because of Gideon and because the Supreme Court incorporated that right through this decision. So sorry, I'm getting a little wordy there. Go ahead.
No, that was awesome. Thank you. And then also I just want to point out like how ridiculously recent these are, that we have really just started incorporating the Bill of Rights to all people. This is still very new. And when you think of chunks of history, like I think about, like I also teach world history, and we do everything in like 250-year chunks. So like, we're like just leaving chunk 1. Like, you know, like as a country, things are still so new. And then a lot of the cases we're talking about, we're like, oh, 1960s, that was so long ago. Really, historically speaking, still like right there. All right. So Gideon versus Wainwright. Florida man, Clarence Earl Gideon, requested a court-appointed lawyer for a breaking and entering trial. Breaking and entering charge for his trial. And he was guaranteed by the 6th Amendment, but not by Florida state law. And so then he filed habeas corpus suit against the court, stating that his right to representation was being violated. So he's saying that the state of Florida is violating his right to representation. And so the constitutional issue, does the 6th Amendment right to counsel extend to the state of Florida? Yeah, it extends to all states, right? And does it apply to felony defendants in state court? So this is kind of like the sticky part, is it's a felony case, but it's in a state court. So how does it work? And so ultimately they're going to unanimously decide in favor for Gideon. And so this case guarantees a right to an attorney for the poor and the indigent in the state felony case. So if you can't afford it, if you can't afford a lawyer, you're going to have one given to you. And so it's just that everybody has the right to representation. We shouldn't have that set up by, well, if you have money, you can have a lawyer, and if you don't have money, like, sorry. Like, no, everybody has the right to a lawyer. And then Roe versus Wade. And this is one that everybody likes to get very worked up about. But you need to take the emotion out of it. However you feel about abortion, this is not an abortion case. This is a privacy case. And so the constitutional clause that everybody goes that this is built upon is the right to privacy. And so that's what you need to focus on, because a lot of students kind of go sideways with this one on the test because they don't understand what when we talk about constitutional truth, that this isn't kind of like a how you feel about it case. This is a constitutionally, do we have the right to privacy case? And so a Texas woman, her name is Norma McCorvey, but she filed this under Jane Roe because this is a hard case. A lot of people don't want their name on it. And so she wanted an abortion and questioned the legality of a state law prohibiting abortions, except in the case of a carrier's life being endangered. So the constitutional issue, is the woman's right to have an abortion something that can be regulated by the government, or does it fall under the category of general privacy? And so this was a 7-2 decision in favor for Jane Roe. And this case extended to the right of privacy to a woman's decision to have an abortion. And so ultimately, this is going to kind of establish that how much privacy do we have as Americans from the government? How much can the government kind of know about your life? And that this was a decision between a woman and her doctor, and that the government didn't have a role in this. So when you talk about this case, talk about privacy. And kind of a precedent this is going to set is that Americans have the right to privacy from the government. And this case will also be cited when we see the marriage case come up for LGBTQ rights. Does the government have the right to know your sexual orientation, or is that a privacy issue? And so we're going to kind of see privacy pop up in a lot of key cases, especially when it kind of comes to rights issues. Is it a privacy right? Would you add anything to that?
I don't even want to go to Roe. I'll let you leave it at that.
I know it's a really
talk
hard.
about this in my class. It blows up.
It really does. It's a hard one to teach. Every time I see it, I'm like, here we go. But if you focus on privacy, you'll be fine.
I will say, I guess I lied to you. I will say that, and I don't know if you said this already, but again, just looking at the Constitution, the Supreme Court, when they made this decision, they believe that which I always forget whether it's the 4th or 6th Amendment, but that it implied a right to privacy. This isn't stated in the Constitution, but it doesn't have to be, right? That's why we have a court that interprets a often fairly vague document that is the Constitution. So a great example of how, when we talk about interactions with branches and checks and balances and how powerful the Supreme Court can be, in this case, again, and I don't say this in a negative sense, but they kind of pulled the right to privacy out of an amendment that didn't explicitly state it. And that they've done that in other areas as well, which we'll get into as we progress.
Yeah, I mean, I would not want to be on the Supreme Court. That is not a job I envy. But it all kind of comes down to what, I drill it with my kids is what's constitutionally true. What can you back up with the Constitution? And that's ultimately all the Supreme Court can do. So it's led to some, interesting cases. And the same one the same kind of idea goes with McDonald versus Chicago. And it comes down to the right to bear arms. And you get a dancing bear, because I didn't want to throw a bunch of dancing guns on there. Thought that was an iffy decision as a teacher. So you get a dancing bear for bearing arms. So McDonald versus Chicago was a handgun ban that was being challenged by Otis McDonald shortly after the ruling was issued for District of Columbia versus Heller, in which the DC area maintained a handgun ban. They said no guns allowed in Washington, DC, which violated the Second Amendment. And so the constitutional issue, does the Second Amendment apply to states? And if so, how? And so the ruling was 5-4, so very close decision here. This is, just about this as close as it gets, in favor of McDonald, and then all the other cases that were being brought up at the same time. And they'll say et al., which just means and others. And the main idea here is that the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms for self-defense is applicable to the states. And the states don't have the right to take your right away to bear arms. Which again, I feel like this is another really hot topic-y one right now, especially with like everything in the news and, where does the Constitution stand on gun control? And, that's a big constitutional issue that isn't clear. And when we look at the Constitution, it isn't clear on where it is. And some people say, oh, no, it is. It's definitely clear on my side. And the other side's going to say, oh, no, it's clear on my side.
It's clear on their side.
Yeah. But ultimately, it's a pretty vague amendment. I like my dancing bear. It makes me happy. All right. And then we only have one case for the Equal Protection Clause. But this is a very easy one to remember. Equal Protection, Brown versus Board. This is one that we have known since we were little kids, right? And so the Equal Protection Clause, and so it's important that you know this clause separate from this case and within this case. Like this is just an important clause to know for our class. So the Equal Protection Clause states that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And so this is where we get the Equal Protection Clause, and that everybody is equal under the law, and we all have equal protections and equal, accountability under the law. We apply the law evenly across the board is the goal. And so the case that we get here is Brown versus Board of Education. And so Brown versus Board of Education is about African-American students that were denied access to a public school because of segregation laws. And so it started with a little girl who lived right next to a public school, but had to walk across town to the African-American school. And she had to walk across several big intersections. And so her parents were like, it's not safe for her to be doing this. There's a school right down the street. She should be able to go there. So they went and they tried to enroll her, and the white school said no. And so they petitioned this along with several other families, Brown versus Board of Education. And so It was a group of cases, and we see this a lot with the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court gets a lot of cases under the same issue, the same constitutional issue at the same time, they'll group them all together and then hear them all at once instead of hearing them all individually. And it's kind of, I don't know, I think it's just like a save time kind of thing. Make the same decision once. But ultimately, the constitutional issue is, did racial segregation violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment? And so the ruling was a unanimous decision in favor of Brown, requiring desegregation in a decade. So within the next decade, they had to have desegregation of schools. And the main idea here is that race-based school segregation violates the Equal Protection Clause, that people aren't being treated equally when we have segregated schools. And what's really interesting about this case to me is that they used a sociology study to prove this. And I don't know if y'all at home have heard this, but it's the doll case, where they interviewed a bunch of young children, both black and white, and they gave them two dolls. One was a black doll, one was a white doll. And they said, which is the good doll and which is the bad doll? And like, they asked all these very like easy questions for a small child, but every negative term, it was always a negative versus a positive term. And they always applied, whether the child themselves was white or black, they applied the negative term to the African-American doll and the positive term to the white doll. And so they proved with this sociology case that segregation was inherently harmful to African-Americans and their identity and how they saw themselves and the children that were being raised in this. So that's how they proved this in court. Was that ultimately it wasn't equal. Even if the facilities, which we know they weren't, even if the facilities were the exact same and the teachers had the same qualifications and the books were the same, it still wasn't equal.
Hey, one more,
yeah.
Can I add one thing to this? Something really important to attach to your knowledge of Brown v. Board is like it overturned a precedent, right? It overturned the precedent set with the 1896 case in Plessy v. Ferguson. That was the separate but equal ruling that Katie's essentially like giving you examples of. Well, as long as we have black boys and girls, as long as they have their own school or their own spot in the back of the bus or their own water fountain or you name, whatever public facility it was, that we can legally separate them. It's separate but equal. And this essentially eliminated the idea. I mean, and this does not happen very often. The Supreme Court basically says that we got it wrong, or they got it wrong back in 1896, and we're eliminating this. We're going against precedent, which is incredibly rare. So definitely want to make that connection. Brown v. Board overturning the separate but equal doctrine that was established in 1896.
Yes, and that's very important to know that once the Supreme Court makes a decision and sets a precedent, yeah, it is kind of written in stone for a while. But the Supreme Court themselves can break that stone and change it. And they can go back on a case and say, we made a mistake, we ruled incorrectly, we're going to fix it now. But I mean, there's a couple ways to do that, but ultimately it's the Supreme Court who has the easiest way to fix that mistake is for them to fix it themselves.
And they don't want to do that very often, because if you're always overturning previous court decisions, what does that say about the original decision? What does that say about the Supreme Court as an institution?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's a total mess. If you got one ruling for one case and then a year later the same case comes up and they're like, oh, actually we changed our mind. Well, that's going to go back and
remember, they're not politicians. They're not supposed to be. They're supposed to, interpret the Constitution, and we know they're human. But if they were overturning previous court decisions, then you'd have a lot more people like questioning the legitimacy of their decisions.
Yes, definitely. And then also when we talk about Brown versus Board and that it was 10 years to desegregate and things like that, this is a really important case. I live in Louisiana, so this is kind of historically an important case for us, an important case for everybody. But living in the South, it kind of really rings true, in that we really hold this history, and as a Southern state. And I think everybody knows the name Ruby Bridges. And we think of Ruby Bridges. She was one of the first little girls to go to a white school as an African American. And I mean, families protested this outside of the school. And there's all these pictures of people yelling and screaming and, you know, signs and, you know, and her mom and, you know, federal marshals walking her into school when she was like 6, 7, 8. And we're like, oh, well, that was so long ago. It really wasn't, you know, she's in her 60s, like she's alive today. So that's what's important to remember kind of going through this, is that all of this is still very recent, especially from a historical perspective. It might feel far away to you, but historically, this is not far away. All right. Yes.
Hey, sorry, Katie. One quick thing. We do see that a lot of you guys are posting questions on the Fiveable website. Please keep posting those. Our student TAs are getting to those as quickly as possible. And we're going to be on Discord after this to answer whatever questions that you don't get addressed. And because she's, I think our TA is she's not a machine, she's a person, but she's doing her best. But don't feel like we're ignoring you. So keep those questions and make sure you bring them to the Discord portion of this after we finish this 5-hour CRAM.
Yes, and just for formatting purposes and for Robert and I's, I don't know, sanity, we kind of have a plan of what we're going to go through. We're going to get to everything, we promise. But trying to go back and forth from questions to our slides, I found that in the past CRAMs, it's a little disjointed. So that's why our TA, Amrita, AP Gov goddess, she's going to answer. And then, like Robert said, if you're not on the Discord channel, please join. Robert and I are going to be on there. You can talk to us. You can turn your mic on. We can have a conversation. And we are happy to answer those questions if you don't get an answer on these. But hopefully you will. Okay, this is one of the easiest ones to understand, I think. Federal policy. What is federal policy? It's the U.S. federal government. So it's any policy which includes laws, rules, regulations, executive orders, and legal precedents. So kind of anything done by the government, the federal government. And so our one case for this is Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission. Okay, and so there was a Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act, or the BCRA, in 2002, so really not long ago at all. And it had a provision for banning corporate entities from independent political spending and direct contributions to campaigns or political parties. So ultimately what we're looking for is like corruption, guys. We're trying to get away from corruption. And like, you know, you hear that whole idea of, oh, you know, that company has this politician in its pocket, like that kind of thing. We're trying to get away from that. And so Citizens United is a nonprofit political organization, was therefore not allowed to show an anti-Hillary Clinton film and pursued an injunction. So they were told, this group, that they can't show an anti-Hillary Clinton film as kind of like a public broadcast right before an election. So our big constitutional issue is, did Section 203 of the BCRA, which prohibited electioneering communications by corporations or labor unions, apply to nonprofits, or was their film protected by the First Amendment? So is this a free speech issue? Is this a, we're keeping everybody in line for election campaigning money issue, which is like a law that was just made under Congress? So it's a little iffy back and forth about what stance they're going to take on this. And ultimately, it's a 5-4 decision, so a very close decision, which overruled 2 previous cases and decided that political spending by corporations, associations, and labor unions is a form of protected speech under the First Amendment. And so this is going to open us up to the idea of like super PACs. And so when you're talking about super PACs, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself because this is going to be in our unit. We'll talk about this in one of our last units, but with a super PAC, what they decided was that super PACs can kind of do whatever they want almost, but they're not allowed to talk to or plan with the campaign. So the presidents or the president, whoever's running in an election, they can't like plan with them, but they can kind of do whatever
right?
Yeah, there's no coordination, but they can kind of do whatever they want. And we saw this a lot in the last presidential election. There was what was it called? Like the Lincoln Association or the Lincoln, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't watch TV a whole lot, but
it was
I'm sure that
the Lincoln Group. It was like a new super PAC. It was the Lincoln something. And they put out all these like really scathing commercials against President Trump. And they were like, well, we didn't, we're not talking with the Biden administration, or the Biden campaign, so we can do whatever we want. And like under Citizens United versus FEC, like that was true. They could do whatever they want. And that's why at the end of commercials, when you see political commercials, they'll say, this was paid for by either like the Biden campaign, or this was paid for by XYZ super PAC.
So key phrase to remember in this one, money is speech. That's what the Supreme Court essentially argued in Citizens United. If you're going to try to remember something, money is speech. So when a corporation, an association, a labor union, when they spend money on an advertisement or on anything to try to influence the outcome of an election, the Supreme Court essentially is arguing in Citizens United that that's a form of speech, right? The corporations are people, just like Katie and I and you guys at home. And if you wanted to give, I don't know what the exact amount is right now, but if you can give up to like over $2,000 something per candidate. They're saying that corporations and these unions and these other groups can do that now as well. And that if we limit that, we're limiting free speech. And a lot of people think that's bogus, but that's where the super PAC came in. And if you want to know what the difference between a super PAC and a PAC is, I think Katie's going to get into that later, but it has something to do with the limits on how much each of those two groups can spend and whether it's independent of the candidate or not. They call them independent expenditures, and I'm giving the finger quotes because some people question whether the money is truly being spent in an independent manner.
Yes, and I've even seen a little bit with Citizens United, but kind of with this whole idea is the idea of privacy comes up too, is does the government have a right to know how I want to spend my money? Like how much privacy do people have with their own spending? So that was part of, the BCRA and then the Citizens United versus FEC kind of like, so you have like a lot of different, it's very messy. I think it's the hardest case to teach because it's messy, where our other ones are kind of very clear cut. This is what the Constitution says, move on. And you don't have this here as much.
So if that's something that you're struggling with, again, bring it to the Discord discussion afterwards, and we can try to break it down in much more detail. Hey, real quick, our TA, Amrita, she said, just to remind students that are posting on the Fileable website, just to try to look at the answered questions, the questions that she's responded to first before asking other questions, because I think she's getting a lot of repetition. And maybe if you can take a quick scroll through the questions that she's already answered, that you might get your answer before having to again, post a duplicate or something similar.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and just know, This is just required cases and required docs. Like we haven't even touched content yet. So we're gonna get to it. I promise. If it's a big idea, we got it in here. All right. And then we've got key idea for these next two cases is redistricting and representation. And so we've got Baker versus Carr and Shaw versus Reno. And the big questions here are we ensuring that the redistricting and the representation that the redistricting provides is fair for all Americans? And so we're going to get into like the idea of gerrymandering and one person, one vote, and is everybody's vote equal? Those kind of ideas. All right, so Baker versus Carr. I don't know why. I think it's because it's math and a graph and like a map and like all like that. I don't know. I think it's very interesting. So Baker versus Carr was a case in Tennessee, and that was brought forward by Charles Baker, and that in 1901 reapportionment law had been ignored and was inaccurate to the state's demographic economic changes. And so what's important to know is that we do a census every 10 years. And within the census, everybody answers demographic questions about their household. How many people live there? what they're, how they identify racially. I mean, like all sorts of things are in this census. And it's part of like your role as an American to fill out this census honestly and send it back in. Is it required by law? No. Is it the right thing to do as an AP government and politics teacher? Yes. My own opinion. But it's so that we can properly do like reapportionment. And so what's the idea of reapportionment? And that is redrawing the maps so that everybody's vote is as equal as possible. And so the whole idea of one person, one vote. And but first, the big constitutional question was, did the Supreme Court even have the authority to hear legislative apportionment cases? So did Supreme Court have the authority to hear this case at all? They decided for themselves that they did, which I think is really funny that they had that they were allowed to do that. But they decided, yes, they have the right to hear this case. And it was a 6-2 decision in favor of Baker. And this case opened the door to equal protection challenges to redistricting and to the development of the one person, one vote doctrine. And by this ruling, it challenged redistricting, that redistricting did not raise political questions that would keep federal courts from reviewing such challenges. And so this is going to make it so that all of Tennessee is going to have to revisit how they had their districting set up. And so basically what happened is that for like 80 or 100 years, they didn't redraw their voting maps. And so in Tennessee, we had cities like Memphis and Nashville exploding. And so these people are all of a sudden, so if everybody had an equal box, if you pretended that everybody had an equal box across all over Tennessee, the box in Memphis and the box in Nashville all of a sudden has a ton of dots in it. And then the box out in, middle of Tennessee has like 1 or 2 dots in it. But the 1 or 2 dots equaled the bajillions of dots in Memphis and Tennessee. And so what this is saying is that we need a lot more districts in our urban areas than we do in rural areas, so that when you redistrict based on population, everybody's vote's equal because their representation is equal.
So every district within each state is roughly the same population because of this Supreme Court decision, right? So people are, that's where the one vote or one person, one vote concept comes from, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, is that we all need equal representation under the law. And part of that is because we use districting in representative government, that our representative needs to be representing the same amount of people.
And just one quick thing, I'm not sure if Katie mentioned this, but reapportionment actually happens before the redistricting process. So once the census is taken and the federal government knows how much, like the population and where they've moved, the people have moved from one state to another. This just happened. It was just announced a week or 2 ago. Then I always teach it like a deck of cards in my classes. Like if we have 435 members of Congress, and that's how many congressional seats we have that get dealt out to all of the 50 states every 10 years following the census. And the states that have gained population will get more of that 435 deck. And California lost one just recently. I live in California, and our population has declined so much that we're going to have 52 seats. Okay, so when reapportionment happens, instead of having 53, we're only getting 52 out of that 435 deck, and our extra seats going somewhere else that gain population. And then once the states know how many seats that they have, then they do the redistricting process. So just wanted to clarify that.
No, thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like thinking of it like a card of decks. Like, this is how many we have. We have to equally redistribute, figure it out, people, kind of thing. Like, we just have to decide on population.
Students always ask, do your students ask, that deck of cards, that 435 number, it can go up or down if Congress decides to increase it. We haven't always had 435 congressional seats. Back when our population was only in the thousands, it wasn't necessary. But as we've grown, that number has increased, and the number of districts within each state has increased as well.
And then I don't know, just to kind of bring it full circle, you can almost kind of bring like Brutus #1 into this about that our national government or that our land was too big for one national government. Well, this is a way that they kind of evened it out, right? And so everybody gets equal representation. And that's what, with Brutus #1, they were really worried that all the different minority groups and all the different areas of the country would be too far away, like physically from the national government, that they wouldn't be equally represented. And so this is a way they kind of figured out how to do that.
Yeah, well said.
All right. And then we got Shaw versus Reno. And so there was a new proposed district in North Carolina, and it was challenged on the basis of its unusual shape by citizens who believed it was a prompt to prompt the election of African-American representatives. And so the big question here is, did racial gerrymandering take place in this district? And did the district violate the Equal Protection Clause? And so this decision was a very close one, 5-4. And the big idea is that majority minority districts, so if they're majority minority groups, created under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, may be constitutionally challenged by voters if race is the only factor used in creating the district. That's a very fancy way of saying, when you made this district, was race your only idea behind it? Did you put any other thought besides race? And if the answer is no, then that's illegal. But you are allowed to consider race when you're drawing the map. You know, race is...
Why? Can you tell the students like why that's okay? Why is it okay to consider race as one of many factors, but not the only factor? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I'm trying to think through my answer. Because I want to answer this appropriately. But because this is kind of like my own thinking behind it and how I think about it, because it makes sense in my brain this way, is that when we put people into one single category, we're kind of taking away who they are. And we're saying, well, you're all the same color, so you're all going to vote the same way, so you all go in the same group. And that's not really true. And so we have to kind of look at our different minority groups as a whole. Like, we need to look at everybody as a whole. And there's a lot of different issues that go into it. And so when we break things down just by race, that's not okay. But we still need to see race, and we still need to see that race is important for a lot of people and how they identify. And it's an important part of their identity and who they are and pride in that. And so we can use that as part of the decision, but we can't say that's all you are. We can say we see you for who you are, but that's not all you are.
And guys at home, the problem is, as you probably guessed, some states were drawing districts, they were redistricting in a manner that packed in a lot of minorities into one district. And they weren't doing that to try to make them feel closer, they weren't trying to do, they were doing this for like race, racism in mind, right? They were trying to dilute their voting power by packing them all in the same district. And Shaw v. Reno was like a response to that, to try to prevent that. If that makes sense.
Yes, I mean, this specific case was about that North Carolina was mad because they were like, oh, y'all are just trying to change this so we can get African-American representatives, and we don't want African-American representatives. In 1993, y'all, like, this is so recent. And so we're having to talk about, is it okay to make it so that if the majority of the people want to vote in an African-American representative, that we're going to be okay with that. Georgia just got their first African-American in the Senate in history this last election. So like, we are still making progress, guys. And that's what's important to remember as we go through these cases is, yes, these are all steps in the right direction, but we still got a while to go. We're still learning.
And we still have 3 hours. We're in hour 2. We just finished hour 2. So We still have a long ways to go as well. I'm doing great though. You're doing great. You're doing most of the talking, but I promise, guys, I will say something eventually. I'm putting.
When we structured this, we were like, who likes to talk about what? And we didn't think about the timing.
Have a drink of water, Katie. I don't want you passing out.
Thank you. But yes, but look at all that you've learned in a short 2 hours. Think of it that way. All right, then we've got judicial review. And this is the review by the U.S. Supreme Court of the constitutional validity of a legislative act. And so our case here is Marbury versus Madison brings in the question of judicial review. And so when we talk about Marbury versus Madison, the first decision they have to make is, does the Supreme Court have the right to judicial review? So this is 1803. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is our first Supreme Court case. This is our first, like, we're going for it. Let's see what happens. And the Supreme Court's
it wasn't the first Supreme Court case, but it was, I think what you're thinking, it was the first time that an act of Congress was, go ahead, finish. I think you got it.
Sorry, yes, thank you. So it's our first time we are questioning Congress. So they are checking Congress for the first time. And so that's what—
You don't need to know the details of this. I'm sorry to interrupt. My students always used to freak out about knowing every detail about the background, the circumstances, and Katie's doing a great job of explaining that. But the main idea at the bottom of each slide, if you guys got that, you're going to be able to answer any questions, whether it's an FRQ question or a stimulus, multiple choice. So really focus on that. And yeah, I know a little bit of background, but yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Thanks. Yeah, definitely don't go into all the ins and outs. Just, I'm giving you fun facts to help you remember, but you don't have to know all these things. But basically what this comes down to is, can the Supreme Court check Congress? And they decide in a unanimous decision that they had the right to do that, which again is very funny. They are deciding for themselves about themselves, but they are giving themselves the power of judicial review for the first time. And so this case established the principle of judicial review, empowering the Supreme Court to nullify an act of the legislative or executive branch that violates the Constitution. So every other case that we've talked about where the Supreme Court's making a decision on what the constitutional truth is, it's all based on Marbury versus Madison. Every single other case is based on the Supreme Court giving themselves the power to check Congress, to check the executive branch with judicial review. And so when you're like, oh gosh, what's judicial review? Judicial court review, making a decision, like thinking about it.
And it's the power to actually strike down part of a law or an entire law. If I'm not mistaken, they only struck down part of the law that was in question in the Marbury case. But it essentially gives, in a way, it gives like the Supreme Court policy-making power, because when you talk about modifying acts of Congress, these are laws that were created by the House and the Senate, who were elected by the people, and those are going away, or at least being modified in some cases when the Supreme Court exercises this power of judicial review. This is, I don't know, arguably the most important case in this class, because it's, like you said, everything we've talked about up to this point goes back to judicial review, and it wouldn't be there. The Supreme Court was a joke, compared to the other two branches until they established this power. I don't even think they had like a building. Not that matters, that won't be tested, but they were kind of just brushed off to the side early in our, in this constitutional experiment.
And this kind of comes down to everybody. I think a common question that I'm asked a lot is, well, which branch is the strongest? And this is a very, I think, opinionated conversation. You can kind of make an argument for any one of the branches that this branch is the strongest because of X, Y, Z. But I've always really liked the argument. This is just me and my own personal opinion. I've always liked the argument of the Supreme Court being the strongest because they kind of get the final say, almost, there's ways to like overrule the Supreme Court and things like that. But a lot of times Congress is not going to take the time to overrule the Supreme Court. That just doesn't happen really very often at all. So like, this is a big deal when the Supreme Court says we have the right to do this and we're going to continue to do this. It just gives them a lot of power.
Well, this is why people are freaking out about, former President Trump's recent nominees, because once they're in, as you guys probably know, they're there for life unless they quit or justices can be impeached. But yeah, I think I'd have to lean in favor of, if I had to give my opinion, or at least partial opinion, that they do have power, because they can, whenever these cases are brought to them, they have the power to overturn them, and that's a pretty big deal.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I feel like the Supreme Court, I don't know, it's pretty cool, pretty sweet job. Hard job, but
I think we're ready for our next quiz.
I think
we're gonna give it a shot. Yeah, give you a breather.
Yeah. All right, guys. Go to joinmyquiz.com, 888-431, and we are gonna see how much y'all know about these SCOTUS cases. So it's 15 questions about our SCOTUS cases that we just covered. I want to see straight 100s across the board. All right, so y'all jump on in. You get to listen to this awesome popping noise like 450 times.
It's waking me up.
I know.
We still have over 400 people here, so
I know.
We want to hear more. I hope it doesn't drop when I start talking more.
Oh. All right.
This is like a break within our break.
Yes.
It doesn't hurt.
I really like quizzes. I am new to quizzes. Just saw it for the first time this year, and it's fun, man. I like the competition aspect. So yeah, remember, these points do count. Totally kidding. But try your best. And this is a good way to check your understanding of things. And if you are like, oh, wow, I thought I understood this case, but I don't know at all, jot it down on the side. Have a notepad next to you, jot things down that you want to look more into or ask us questions about in the Discord channel after. Because after we cover something, if you're like, I still don't get it, that's okay. Like we want to walk you through this. All right, I'm gonna hit start in a second.
It's getting slower.
Okay.
And again, guys, if you're having trouble logging on, the code will be on there after Katie presses the start button, so you'll still be able to hop in.
All right.
Hopefully it won't be as glitchy this time around. Ah! I jinxed us.
Spoke too soon. Password crash. Hopefully this doesn't crash and everybody's good.
And just do your best on these guys. We're not forwarding your scores to College Board.
No. Betsy! Betsy's back at 1. Betsy girl, you need to be teaching this class. You're killing it.
I'm just excited about the class average.
Oh my gosh, 87% accuracy. Y'all are killing it, guys. All right, let's refresh again, see where y'all are at. Fantastic. All right. Oh my gosh, we're up to 90% accuracy.
This will be a little quicker to review this time. We could just go over the bottom few.
Yeah. Y'all are awesome.
You're a great teacher.
Thanks, so are you. I hate the spinning wheel of death though, when it's like churning. I'm like, oh no. It stresses me out. Oh no, page unresponsive. All right, looks like we're
in the 90s.
91% accurate. Man, Allison, Maddie, Betsy, at the top again. Very nice.
Brooke. I like
Yeah.
Brooke. Brooke's excited, or she fell on her keyboard or something. I love it.
Look at all these. Oh my gosh. Wow, guys.
You don't think they're going back to your slides and just using your slide deck?
All right, so walking through this, hit end. Right?
Yeah, you can hit in. I mean, we got most of the scores in there,
Okay.
just so we can keep the ball rolling here.
Okay.
It'll take a second.
Yeah.
500 participants, is that what it says? Whoa.
Yeah, we've
Is that what
got,
it said?
yeah. 500 participants. At this very moment, we have 454 currently watching with 1,768 total views. Although I wonder if people log out and log back in if that counts them twice. Either way, it's exciting. Okay.
It took you off of the results. You can go to reports.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes it gets glitchy, and it should be that one that says
Required cases.
whoa, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I guess that, right? Is that it? And then if you click on live dashboard in blue up top, it should load or anywhere where it says live dashboard. Hopefully it'll take you back.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna hit end and see
results.
if it pops up.
Do you just want to keep rolling? Since the scores are so high anyways, there's not as much to review.
Yeah, 91% accuracy.
If you guys.
Yeah, y'all are rock stars. Then if y'all, if there's one that you missed that you're not sure about, throw a question in the chat and Amrita will help you out, or write it down and come hang out with us in Discord. And Robert and I will answer it. Before we get to, so we're about to move on to essential concepts. So we're going to be moving through units 1 through 5, which we only have 5 units, so we're going through all of them. And we're going to tell you what's important. But before we start that, I just want to stop and take a minute to affirm y'all and tell you how awesome you are. And y'all are already so far, like, above and beyond everybody else taking this test? Because y'all are here. Like, y'all showed up. And showing up is like 90% of the battle. And just the fact that you care and that you're trying and you're putting out effort and, you know, you're hanging out with us on a Sunday, like, it's so much more than what so many other kids are doing. So I know it's a hard day. I know it's a lot of information, but y'all are awesome. And I'm not just saying that. That's something that, like, Robert and I have talked about through all of our planning is, like, the kids that show up to this, like, wow.
Hey, and just to echo some of what Katie's saying, guys, you know more than you realize. I know it's a common fear. Maybe not as much. I know there's lots of seniors out there, but I teach a lot of freshmen as well. And they always freak out right before the exam. And sometimes it's because they've studied too much and it's just information overload and they're overwhelmed. But we know that there are hundreds of you out there like that. And, you know, we're thinking about you. And we just want to, again, remind you that you're going to do great. And whatever the score shows up, you know, when you get your scores in July, again, it does not define who you are. All you got to do is go into that test knowing that you did everything in your power. Or even if you didn't, even if you just gave like 80% effort, that's better than like sitting on your couch for the last month, you know, and complaining about how bad your teacher was or something like that. So keep it up and let's keep rolling strong here.
Yeah. You're here. It's all we can ask. All right. So let's talk about essential concepts. So of course, we're not going to go in as in depth as your teacher because your teacher had 6 months or a whole year to do this. And we've got like 2 hours, an hour and a half to do this.
Two and a half hours.
Well, yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
The whole stream.
For the whole stream, yes. For the next units, we're going to spend about the next hour and a half on it. But okay, so Robert is brilliant, and he came up with this idea that basically there is this thing called the CED. It's the course exam description. And you can find it on AP College Board. It's what teachers use to teach the class. And you have access to this. You are free and clear to go pull this document up and see exactly how and why teachers teach what they do. And it's because the College Board tells us to, and we do it.
Hey, and Katie, just to add one more thing to that, you may have planned on saying this, but the reason we got the big red arrow next to the essential content or essential knowledge, every question on the exam has to come from that column. So you won't see anything. If they have something that they reference that isn't under the essential knowledge section, it will be like clearly defined in the question. So those are the things that we try to focus these next 5 units on. You know, what do students usually struggle with, and how can we just give like these quick hitters? Because again, if you're taking the test tomorrow, you don't have time and your brain doesn't have the bandwidth to learn everything from a full year semester in one 5-hour session. So just some quick hitters, and hopefully you'll remember some of this stuff as well.
Yes. And so this is what the CED looks like kind of blown up, but we screenshotted just from the essential knowledge column. And so it's exactly, we're going to just hit on exactly what the College Board wants you to know. Nothing more, nothing less. So that's what all these blue boxes you're about to see on the screen are. Okay, also, there is something called a CRAM chart. And so the slides are published. So you have access to this entire slide deck. It is yours to use for studying, especially if you're not taking the test tomorrow. If you're taking the test in a couple weeks, in a month, use these slides. They were made for you. But also, if you click the link in the slide deck called CRAM chart, Amrita made you this beautiful 1-page, basically everything you need to know about AP Gov and like a 1-page like study cheat sheet. And so
Incredible.
It's absolutely amazing. Like, it's shocking to look at. And you're just going to go through it. And what I would recommend doing, not tonight if you're taking the test tomorrow, but for the people that are taking the test down the line, pull up that CRAM chart, just read through it. And if there's anything on there that you don't know what it is, you are like, I know what it is, but I don't understand it. Write it down and then go research those topics. So you don't need to study every single thing. Just like fill in gaps, but like use that as like, what are your gaps? Figure it out that way.
And then just before because Katie's still going to talk a little bit more, I got unit 2, 4, and 5. So just to give her a few seconds to breathe before she gets into the essentials here. We have the big idea column on every intro slide to each of these 5 units. And so Katie will talk about the specific big ideas. But one thing I would suggest, even for people that are taking the test tomorrow, you know, this would be a good thing, like just to go and look at these big ideas on these slides, or just go and get the CED on your own, and just think about how would I answer these questions? Because every question throughout the entire exam is going to center around or be tied back to these big ideas. It might even be like, get a piece of paper out and write out the big idea, and then just do 5 minutes of brainstorming what comes to mind, and be a good like practice that wouldn't like overwhelm you in preparing for the test, even if you only have, you know, a few more hours to go. So good tip.
Yes, and definitely with like recall and you know, for your essay, when you need that outside evidence, kind of like what can you remember from class? And so these big ideas are going to give you kind of key buzzwords that the AP readers love. AP readers love buzzwords that you can throw into an essay and then be like, yeah, I wrote that. Like, that looks good. Okay, so our big ideas for Unit 1 is going to be constitutionalism. And so I know we've spent a lot of time talking already, but now you need to like stop, rewind. We're going back to the very beginning of class. So we're going to kind of reiterate. If we're reiterating a topic, it's important. But constitutionalism. So what is it? And why are there debates about the balance of power between the federal and state government? Why do we have this power struggle? And, you know, just kind of keep that idea in mind as we talk about this. Why is that power struggle exist? And that power struggle makes up constitutionalism. Then we've got liberty and order, which I really want you to pay attention to this, because we're going to be, spoiler alert, this is going to be what we're going to talk about for one of your essays. And so pay attention to this so that you have information to use when we do some essay work later on. And then competing policymaking interests. So how does the Constitution affect you and the choices that you make? Okay, so I know everybody hates definitions, but these are just 5 definitions that you have to know. There's no way around it. So ultimately, our United States government is made up or based on the ideas of limited government, including natural rights, popular sovereignty, republicanism, and the social contract. So these are like the very foundation of government. Like if you don't understand these 5 things, it's going to kind of snowball on you. So limited government. So this is the basic principle of the U.S. government, that each person has the rights that the government can't take away. So we all have rights that the government has no access to, that are protected rights. And so that is going to put limits on our government. So basically, our government is limited in that they can't take all of our rights away. Then we've got natural rights, and this is an Enlightenment ideal. And so there was an Enlightenment movement right kind of before, like in the century before the American Revolution. We have the Enlightenment movement, and it's in Europe. And this Enlightenment movement is going to push these ideas of natural rights and social contracts and popular sovereignty. And they're going to come across the ocean to the Americas from Europe. And so these ideas of like John Locke and Hobbes and like all these big names that you've heard in your class. And that's what we're talking about. It's all these Enlightenment ideals and how they've influenced the government that we have today. So then we have social contracts, we talked about before. This is the voluntary agreement that we, as the governed, we, the people, we're the governed, give the government part of our power. We give up some of our rights, some of our power to the government to empower the government to then turn around and protect our rights. So this is the social contract. And remember that if the social contract is broken by the government, then the people have the right to overthrow it. Then popular sovereignty, and that's just the idea that the people are the source of the power. And so if we think historically, what's happening right before this is we have all these monarchies in the several hundred years before America. And all these monarchies, a lot of them were based on the idea that God gave them the power. And so they felt that in some places, like the Incas and the Aztecs, that they were gods themselves. In some places like China, they were like a step in between the rest of the world and God, like a step above. In some places like Europe, God is the one that bestowed the power on them. And so this is taking religion out of it and saying, no, we as the people are the ones saying that you can govern us. We're giving you permission to govern us. But if you violate that kind of trust, that social contract, well, it's gone. You're out. So this is a huge change historically. And then we have the idea of republicanism. And when we talk about republicanism, we're not talking Republicans versus Democrats. This is not a political party issue. So don't get confused when you see republicanism on the test. You're like, oh, that's the Republican Party. No, republicanism is the form of government in which power is held by the people and their elected representatives. So it's the idea of an elected representative government that we elect our representatives, we give our representatives power to make decisions on our behalf. But all of these things come down to popular sovereignty, that we hand over the power to them. And then we have three different types of democracy that make up the American democracy. And so there are three different ideas, and they're very different, but we see pieces of them in every major document, in every part of our government. We'll see representation of each one of these democracies. And so first is participatory democracy, which emphasizes broad participation in politics and civil society. So I like to think of this like an HOA. It's like a homeowners association where everybody gets a vote. Or like small town halls, when everybody goes to the town hall and everybody gets an equal vote, and everybody participates. Kind of think of it like that. Participatory is everybody participating. Then we have pluralist democracy, which recognizes group-based activism by non-governmental interest striving for impact on political decision-making. Oh, that is a definition. Basically, pluralist democracy is that we're going to have plurality within our nation, and that everybody gets a say. Everybody has an interest group to represent them, and that all these different interest groups and activism groups are heard and have a place in our government. And then our elite democracy is going to be the idea of elitism, and which emphasizes limited participation in politics and civil society. And so it's going to be saying that kind of like a very elitist view, in that the most educated and people of the highest status should be making decisions. And so we'll see these three different democracies represented in the U.S. Constitution and Federalist number 10, Brutus number 1. And we're really going to see some tension between the broad participatory model and then the elite model is where I see that main tension. We can see tension between all three, but participatory and elite democracy kind of really they're kind of at odds with each other, and that the participatory democracy says, everybody's invited, everybody come on. And the elitist is going to be like, where's your invitation? Is kind of the idea behind that. But you need to know that every form of democracy is represented within our democracy. And I have seen a lot of questions about like arguing for which is the best, or which is the most important, or which is the founding fathers' intentions. And you could argue any one of these. So I know we talked about that in one of my CRAMs. We did an argumentative essay about these three things. So feel free to go back and watch that. Okay, so then we have to talk about that the Constitution ultimately emerged from a debate about the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation. So the Articles of Confederation were very, very, very weak. We had no right to tax, to hold a government, to have a standing army. the national government really had no power. There was no president. And so Shays Rebellion, that's important to know. Everybody should know Shays Rebellion. Basically, it's a bunch of landowners, maybe farmers, that a lot of them were veterans of the American Revolution. So they would consider themselves patriots, but they're facing major hardship. They're losing their farms. And so they're trying to protest to get the courts to shut down so they can't get their farms repossessed, which means like the bank takes them back. So they're trying to stop the courts. Things snowball, as they tend to do. And soon we have like an all-out rebellion. And then people are calling on the national government saying like, do something. And they're like, we have no power. So then they have to get the people with money in the town to hire a militia to put down the rebellion. And so after all of this, everybody kind of sits down and they're like, that was a problem. Like Articles of Confederation, they're not working. And so it's not that the Shays Rebellion is really that important to our history. It's that it's what it did. And it's that it's highlighted all the problems we had with the Articles of Confederation, which then in turn led to the creation of our Constitution. And so that's why it's important. And so you don't really need to know the ins and outs of Shays Rebellion. You just need to know what it cost.
So Katie, like, would you say that the people that were, I mean, a lot of people freaked out about this rebel farmer group that tried to take over the courts, but it was especially the people with influence and wealth, right? They were afraid, well, if we don't have a way to protect ourselves from these types of skirmishes, because Shays Rebellion was an utter failure, at least on the surface, but weren't they concerned about future, like larger, you mentioned snowballing. They were afraid that, well, what if like 1,000 Shays Rebellions happen across the entire country all at the same time, and we can't handle it. We're going to lose everything, and we're going to be a chapter in a history book.
Yes.
So, like you said, it is essentially like triggered the Constitutional Convention, right?
Yes, the Constitutional Convention was a direct result of Shays Rebellion, because ultimately they realized if we can't handle a couple of angry guys, like we're in trouble. Like we can't handle like, an actual war with a country. So it just really showed kind of how weak the American government was at the time, and that they were really relying on the states to do everything. It was very much a bunch of states loosely connected with the Articles of Confederation. Like all the states did their own thing and sort of hung out together on the weekends. And so now we're like bringing them all together. And
nice. I like that.
Thanks.
Hanging out on the weekends, just like all of us.
Yes, we're a lot stronger than the Articles of Confederation, guys. Politics jokes. We think we're so funny.
I got a lot of dad jokes.
Okay, so compromises. So now we are at the Constitutional Convention, or the Philadelphia Convention, whatever you want to call it. And we have a lot of people from a lot of backgrounds, and they are trying to create a government together. Like, this is kind of a recipe for disaster. Like, people can't decide on like where to eat for lunch, and we're trying to decide how to rule a country. And so there's going to be a lot of things that people are going to have to compromise on. And some things are going to be harmful to our history and harmful to a lot of Americans. And so our big compromises is going to be the Great Connecticut Compromise. And this is when they took two ideas and kind of meshed them together. And so the Great Connecticut Compromise created Congress and the two houses, and that the Senate is put together, like everybody gets 2 senators, and then the House of Representatives is put together by based on population. And so they couldn't decide between those two ideas, and so they're like, let's do both. So that's the Great Connecticut Compromise. Then the Electoral College. Again, they couldn't decide how they wanted to vote in a president. Do we want, the popular vote with, and that is that, help me out, is one form of democracy that I literally just talked about. The popular vote is?
participatory?
Yes. Yes, thank you. That was embarrassing. Yes, so we've got the popular vote is our participatory democracy. And then our electoral college is very much our elite democracy. And so there was a big question of how we were gonna, so first there was even the question of whether or not we were gonna have a president. But then once they said they were gonna have it, they're like, okay, how do we pick our president? And so ultimately they decided on the electoral college system because it made the most people happy. We've got two systems that are working together. And so people could live with that. All right, so now let's talk about the painful ones. And the first one is the 3/5 compromise. And so the states, especially southern states, are going to want their cake and eat it too. Like they are going to want to have slaves and say that they are property and that they are not people. But when it comes to population and representation, they're going to be like, oh no, you have to count our slaves. And so the question of, well, which is it? Are they people? Are they not people? And the fact that we had this debate not that long ago, is so painful and so painful to so many people. And so ultimately what they decided is so horrible that they came up with a 3/5 compromise. So there's two ways to look at this. For every 5 slaves, they would count 3 of them, or for every slave, they would count 3/5 of them. Either way, the math works out the same. But ultimately, they're saying that these enslaved Americans are not human. They're not being counted as human towards population, and so that is it's bad. So that was one of the major compromises. And then also we had the compromise on the importation of slaves. And so there were people that wanted to stop the importation of slaves and then people that didn't. And it came down to if we stop it now, it's going to crash economies. And they decided to value economy over people and protect those jobs and kind of push off that decision another 20 years. And so we have that compromise there. So our major debates are going to be throughout this constitutional convention are going to be about self-government when drafting the Constitution. And then we're going to have, let's see what else, our Article 5 that entailed either a 2/3 vote in both houses or a proposal from 2/3 of the state legislators with the final ratification determined by 3/4 of the state. It's a whole lot of fractions. But when you have to, if you have to guess on what fraction it is, go with 2/3 or 3/4, kind of go with those. I mean, it's terrible advice. But when in doubt, don't pick 1/8. Sorry, do you have advice on fractions when it comes to ratifying?
No, that's why I'm a social studies teacher. You do not want to ask me about numbers.
No, I tell people that all the time. Whenever they ask me about math, I'm like, I teach history for a reason. I find, honestly, I teach this stuff and I think the fractions are confusing over which is. So if you don't know them tonight and you're taking the test tomorrow, that's not something I would pick to sweat over. Go with big ideas.
But yeah, and one of those big ideas for amendments is a lot of people better be on board if we're going to change the Constitution. It's not going to be crazy. You're not going to require a unanimous vote. We don't need 100% of Congress on board, but it's not going to be below a majority either. It's going to be above a simple majority, right? So these are all super majorities. Whether it's a 2/3 vote or a 3/4 vote, those are both considered super majorities, and so keep that in mind. And if it requires a supermajority, that means that the founders, they thought it was important. And if something important is going to be changed, you better make sure that the majority of representatives in Congress are on board with that. Because again, they're representing the people, right? So they want to make sure that the majority of the people are on board as they make these important decisions. So changing the Constitution is like one of the biggest things you can do, like actually formally changing it through the amendment process. And that's partly why you see these supermajority requirements.
Also, we tend to kind of ride that 50-50 line between parties. You know, we're a two-party system. And so if you're going with supermajority, it's a bipartisan decision. If you go with just majority, it's going to be whoever has power those 4 years kind of thing, or those 2 years, where it's kind of pushing that into more bipartisan ideas. But under the Articles of Confederation, to change anything in the Articles of Confederation, you had to have a unanimous vote among states. And that's why it was pretty much impossible. So that's why they wanted to get rid of it. That's why they put a fraction in there, or many of fractions. But yes, go with supermajorities. It's very rarely with big decisions, like a 51% thing. And so, like, why do we talk about these compromises? One, because these compromises have shaped American government, and two, because they've left scars on American history. But then also that our Constitution, that the Constitution ultimately mattered enough to these people to make these compromises. That they said, okay, what's our end goal here? Our end goal is to walk away with a national government. How do we make that happen? So that was kind of that these were, they think of them, and the College Board teaches them as compromises necessary to secure ratification. Okay, then we got the idea of federalism, which we talked about before, separation of power between national and state government, exclusive and concurrent powers. So the national government and the state government have some of the same powers, like they both have the power to tax. And then they have anything that isn't expressly given to the national government is held off for the state government. And then, yeah, we have distribution of power between federal and state governments to meet the needs of society, changes as reflected by grants, incentives, and aid programs, including federal revenue sharing, mandates, categorical grants, and block grants. And so those are just different ways that the national government gives money to the states and incentivize them in different ways. In some ways, it's here's a chunk of money to decide what to do with it. And in other places, it's here's a chunk of money, this is what you have to do with it. And in other cases, it's you have to do this and we're not giving you money. And those are kind of mandates.
One more thing. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Please go.
Just to add, because somebody in the chat earlier asked if they had to know all the amendments, and I would say no. I would say stick with the CED. Whatever is in the required documents, that's what you got to know. And for this middle point here, the exclusive and concurrent powers of the national and state governments, make sure you know that term reserved powers, right? And the 10th Amendment, knowing that the Constitution, through the 10th Amendment, has reserved certain powers that aren't specifically like named in the Constitution. And, you know, that's a struggle, right? Because again, there's still some vagueness there, and there are still struggles between, just like there was between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists when they were trying to figure out what to put in the Constitution. You still have those large state, small state issues, and people that favor a stronger central government or stronger federal government versus more local or state rights. But the Constitution has laid that out, and the 10th Amendment is one of those that I definitely like to include into your notes on federalism and state rights.
Thank you. Yes, that's very important. I think it's also kind of, I don't know, you can tell me if you disagree with me, but states' rights versus national rights also tends to be like a regional issue as well. Like, you know, growing up in the South, you know, I've heard about states' rights my whole life, and that was a thing. And, you know, we're next to Texas, and Texas is all about state rights. And where I feel like up north, it's, I don't know, a little more like they're fine with national or like the federal government rights.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Civil War. Not that we're going to get too much into history, but that was essentially a conflict over the southern states feeling threatened by the central government taking away their rights. And some of those are, you know, some stuff they were doing was really terrible. But yeah, I totally think that there are regions. I don't know if the test specifically can require students to know these regions, but definitely you see regional like conflicts, I guess, or clustering of states that kind of have that attitude towards federal power. And the South would be one of them, right?
Yes, I would not say it's definitely not in the CED, but knowing that information I have found has been helpful to read some graphs, kind of just like as like an outside knowledge to know that going in. And I think if you aren't aware and you didn't grow up in the South, that you might not be aware of that some people take states' rights very, very seriously still today. So that's just kind of an
Absolutely. My brother lives in Texas, and they
so you're well aware.
They love their state. It's too hot for me.
It's very hot, yes. Okay, so now we are going to stop and just see what do you know about Unit 1. And so what I want you to do is open up another tab or split screen your computer so you can still, you don't have to see us, but you can still hear us. And then we are going to go over to Mentimeter, which we used on the last CRAM, if you went to the last CRAM. And we're going to do a couple multiple choice questions together. And so up at the top, you can see it's www.menti.com. And then once you get there, you'll type in this code at the top, 80314693. Let's give you all a second to log on.
The Mentimeter shouldn't be as glitchy, I think. I think it's more robust, right? So log on and hopefully we'll just be a little smoother than quizzes.
Yes, I think this is like built to have, several hundred students on it. So fingers crossed. We jumped our last CRAM. I think we had like 16 or 18 live kids, and we are currently at 455. So we're making a jump on my Mentimeter. Okay. I'm going to open up voting. I'm going to try to open up voting. Voting is closed. Oh, there we go. Open voting. Okay, voting is now open. And what's really important is, so all of these questions are public questions from AP College Board. Robert and I are not making questions up. We are coming up with, we're taking College Board's questions so that you are getting good examples of what your test is going to look like. And the AP College Board is known for being a little sneaky. And a lot of times they'll have two questions that are very wrong. One that's like, sort of right, sort of wrong, and then one that's definitely right. So it's really important. One of my key strategies is, even though it's a bit of a time suck, is that it's important to read every single answer and then figure out which one is the most correct. Because even as a teacher, as I'm reading through some of these, sometimes I'm going too fast and I'm like, oh yeah, keyword, that's right. And then like keep moving. And then I'm like, oh no, I didn't even read, D, and D's obviously right. And so you might see that as well as you go through these questions. All right. And 60% of y'all are correct. So concurrent powers have which of the following effects on the United States political system? They make it possible for states and the national government to simultaneously exercise influence in the same areas of public policy. And so we see this in things, I think the best example of this is taxes, that we have to pay tax to both the state that we live in and the federal government. All right, next up, which of the following is argued by James Madison in the Federalist Paper number 10? So you have to think back to that required document. Oh, this one's got a lot of different answers. That's exciting. All right, one's winning out. About 3 more seconds.
People are choosing blue more now, right? They can see this.
Yeah,
Come on,
I think they
choose your own.
Yeah. Pick your answer and hold strong, guys. Okay, and yes, blue is correct. A system of Republican representation helps to limit the excesses of factionalism. So we will be protected in our Republican representation by factionalism. Basically no political party is able to agree enough to make that much happen that quickly. All right, all of the following were concerned about the Articles of Confederation that led to the calling of the Constitutional Convention in 1787, except, and that should say except and not expect, I apologize. I do kind of want to challenge y'all not to change your answers. Like, just throw it out there.
With the race.
Oh, goodness. All right. 3, 2, 1. All right. And blue is correct. So all of the following were concerned about the Articles of Confederation, except dissatisfaction over safeguards of individual rights and liberties. And so our answer that is being, I don't know if you want to speak to this at all, our answer that is being questioned, or our wrong answer that everybody is still clicking, is desire to promote trade among the states. I guess, do you know? I have something to say. If you don't, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I can barely read. I can't read.
So I figured you wouldn't be able to read it well. Sorry. Okay, so when we talk about trade within the states during the Articles of Confederation, is that we didn't have a way to coin money as a national government. So we didn't have a way, we didn't have a national currency yet. And we didn't have a way to regulate trade between the states. And so trade between the states was kind of a hot mess. And, you could be like, well, North Carolinians get one price and South Carolinians get another. Like, I'm not saying it happened. I'm saying you could.
Sketchy.
Yes. So there was no regulation, no common currency. And so we wouldn't say that there was a desire to promote trade among states because it was a disaster. But we would say that during the Constitutional Convention, they made efforts like the Commerce Clause to regulate trade. So it came out of the Constitutional Convention. Sorry, go ahead.
Next time you go buy something, my principal always, whenever I hang out with him, he always asks people if they accept out-of-state cash. And you always get the weirdest looks because that was such a thing back in the AOC days, but not anymore. But it's kind of a way to maybe test their U.S. history /gov knowledge in a playful way. We're not trying to. So some people even went and asked their managers a couple times if they accepted out-of-state cash. So it was fun. Yes, that was my principal that did that.
That's funny. Side note about that, little comic relief. I moved to New Mexico for a while, and when I was on my way to move, we called movers to, help us with the U-Haul, like drive the U-Haul. And they said, sure, we can do it, but will we need passports? I was like, no, New Mexico's part of America, like part of the United States. So it's just kind of, I'm glad you're all in this American government class. It's going to help you out. Okay. Which of the following is a fundamental element of the United States Constitution? So again, try to read through all of them and decide what is the most correct. I don't know. 5. There's 5 questions though. All right, and yep, division of government authority across political institutions. Very good, guys. All right, which of the following best defines the constitutional interpretation for federalism? All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, guys. The federal government and the states have separate but overlapping powers. Where these powers conflict, the federal government prevails. All right, and that is it for Unit 1. You made it.
I think it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
You get a break.
Yes.
You got to keep moving the slides for me, though. All right. So Unit 2 is, as you probably know, the biggest chunk of the exam, the branches of government. So I'm just going to get right into it. You have the CRAM chart link, just like we had on the previous ones. And the big idea. So again, the constitutionalism is a big idea, not only for Unit 1, but also for Unit 2. So the questions specifically for this unit, which branch of government is most powerful and why? And we talked about that earlier. Remember, Katie and I thought probably the Supreme Court has a pretty strong argument there. And then the second question here, are there really checks and balances when one political party controls all 3 branches of government? Why or why not? Interesting. So again, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning, go and at least look at these and in your head, even if you don't write them down, see if you can, how much you can answer in response to these questions, if they're going to be on the test all over the place. And the big idea number 4, competing policy-making interests. In what ways has the evolution of government powers affected Americans and their daily lives? So that was, again, a repeat from the earlier one. Let's go to the next slide. So again, we're not going to cover every single part of the CED, but I'll do my best to go quickly without rushing too much. So we talked earlier about enumerated and implied powers when we were discussing, I think it was McCollum versus Maryland. So just a reminder, the enumerated powers are those that are listed in the Constitution. These are like the big ones. These are important. This guy's got a purse on because Congress has the power of the purse. They control, they have the power to like tax and to spend, and that's a big deal. Money's important, not only like personally, but also when they collect your tax dollars, you want them to be used effectively. The second picture there saying that this is war, because again, I don't think you're going to be tested on any specific wars, but Congress has the power to declare war. I think we'll discuss later how the president, several presidents have, I don't even think we've declared war formally since World War II, but we've been involved in a lot of overseas conflicts where Congress did not formally declare war. So we'll get into, again, a struggle for power. Congress has the constitutional right to declare war, but war sometimes happens, in like an informal or unofficial way, through executive decisions and whatnot. And then I also wanted to make sure, take note of the necessary and proper clause, because that's one of those super important implied powers. We talked about it earlier. I have rubber bands in the background because, again, remember, the necessary and proper clause means that Congress can stretch their powers when done appropriately. Remember, they got their hands slapped on the U.S. v. Lopez when they tried to use the Commerce Clause to pass a law that had nothing to do with commerce. So it implies Congress can make laws in addition to the enumerated powers. A couple quick examples, if you want to jot them down, that we haven't mentioned yet. Congress created the IRS. And why are they allowed to do that? Through the necessary and proper clause, through the elastic clause? Well, because Congress's argument is we need to collect taxes. Taxes are an enumerated power. So the creation of the IRS, it's not like listed in the Constitution, but it's implied. We need that to carry out our tax power, which is listed in the Constitution. The Air Force was created by an act of Congress, and that's not in the actual like text of the Constitution. But what is that Congress has the power to raise armies, and the Air Force is military, right? Last time I checked. So again, it's an implied power. And then I put the Department of Education there too, because that was created by an act of Congress. All the cabinet departments were created. I think there were 3 originally, right, Katie?
We did not have anyone near what we had before, what we have now. That's for sure.
The War Department, the Treasury. That's why I remember Hamilton's all famous right now. And I'm blanking on the State Department. Those are the 3 big ones starting off. And now I think we have like 15. But those were all created basically using like implied powers of Congress. Okay, I think you can go to the next one. So, chamber-specific procedures, rules, and roles that impact the policy-making process include all of those things. I'm only going to hit on a few, but again, if I've missed something on here that you are just totally lost on, make sure you write it down, and again, hit us up and we'll go on Discord afterwards. I definitely want you to take note of the Rules Committee, right? So like the second to last bullet point. I put the picture of the GIF of the traffic cop because that's essentially, like the Rules Committee is one of the most like important committees in all of Congress, but it's specific to the House of Representatives. Why are they considered a traffic cop? Well, because the Rules Committee is what dictates what bills that are being debated and voted on in committee actually make it to the floor for debate and eventually a vote. So if the Rules Committee doesn't allow that, or even if they do, they can allow like more debate or less debate. They can allow amendments to the bills or no amendments. They can really restrict, like when you talk about how a bill becomes a law, they can really like regulate that process. So that's one of probably the most important committees to take specific note of. And again, it's in the CED, so you'll see a question about that most likely. You won't see a question about a bunch of the other committees that aren't listed here. Then you got to know like the big shots in the House and the Senate. You have a picture of Nancy Pelosi, right? She's the current Speaker of the House. And then Chuck Schumer, right, who is the Senate Majority Leader. And these are 2 of the most powerful people in Congress. And what does the Speaker of the House do? What special like powers does he or she have? One is that they influence like, committee assignments. If Katie went and got elected to Congress as like a freshman, congresswoman, the Speaker of the House has a lot of influence over which committees she gets assigned to. And that's important because she wants to be in committees that are going to benefit her constituents back home. So they'll do favors with each other. Like you basically you want to be on the good side of the Speaker of the House because they can make stuff happen for you. I'm in an agricultural community. If I got elected, I want to be on the ag committee so that I can go and make policies that will, favor my constituents. But if Pelosi or anybody else in this like hierarchy doesn't allow that, then I'm going to be limited in terms of getting reelected and creating policies that benefit my constituents. And then the Senate Majority Leader, it's very similar. The Senate Majority Leader dictates what bills go up for a vote and for debate and vote in the Senate. And so they can like delay or completely prevent bills from being debated on the floor of the Senate. And then I just put President Trump, former President Trump, and Amy Coney Barrett there because they definitely want you to know that, I think it says right here, the confirmation role of the U.S. Senate. That's a big thing when you talk about differences between the House and the Senate. The Senate is the upper house, right? They have like special powers that the House does not have. And one of those is having confirmation powers for Supreme Court and other federal judges and a variety of positions within the federal bureaucracy. Anything to add, just jump in. Feel free to cut me off too.
Yeah, just the 2 big things that I always stress about this stuff is that committees are where the work gets done. We don't have enough time to debate and rewrite bills on the floor of the Senate or the House. Committees are where that happens. And that's why they're so important. And then also that, I think you said this, but just want to reiterate that the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate are members of the majority party. Like they are assigned from the members of the majority party. And so that's why So having a majority party is really important for voting, but then it's also really important to decide what bills are going to come forward. And so that's when we see a lot of partisanship. So that kind of that balance and that fight between our two party system.
All right. Okay, so yeah, so now we're gonna talk about discretionary and mandatory spending. Again, this is probably like one of my least favorite things to teach, just because it's kind of scary, but I got like a not so fun looking chart up there that shows like federal spending over time from the 70s to like within the last decade to future 2040. And the big trend that you're going to want to like look at is that big red one, like to where you in 1970 you had a small amount of mandatory programs. In other words, small amount of mandatory spending. These would be like those entitlements like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, things that the federal government has to pay for every year. It's like my mortgage. I don't get to choose whether or not I pay for my house payment each month. I have to pay it every month. And then discretionary spending in blue, that means spending where you can exercise discretion, where you have a little bit more freedom. If you notice, that is shrinking big time. So a couple examples of discretionary spending would be like, how much money do we invest in schools this year? How much money do we provide for the military? The amount of that in that category is shrinking more and more every year as the mandatory spending is increasing. And it becomes really tough for politicians who want to get elected and reelected to promote policies because they don't want to take away mandatory programs. They don't want to tick off a bunch of old people who want their Social Security checks at a certain age. And then I got bacon in the background because of pork barrel legislation. If you haven't heard what pork is, it's basically add-ons. So when Congress writes up a bill, you got members of the House primarily, they're trying to attach like monies that will go specifically to their state or specifically to their district to fund like local projects. So it's added pork. Gosh, it's making me hungry too, looking at the back of that page. It's probably why I put it on the back. So I have something to look forward to. And then you got this creepy picture. It's not creepy, it's kind of cute, of this dog and this little guy scratching each other's back because this represents log rolling. Log rolling is super important. Basically what log rolling is when members of Congress support another member's bill. Like, I'll vote for your bill if you, in exchange, support me in the future when I propose a bill. And that dictates policy, because even if you don't fully agree on some of the bills you're voting for, it's a way to to push things forward. I scratch your back, you scratch mine type of thing. And I've heard it referred to, I think it's in like maybe the AMSCO book, but as like a Christmas tree bill. So where you got this Christmas tree, and you have all these different ornaments, and the ornaments would represent like the different districts in the different states, and they're all going to be for different like projects. One might be for a bridge, one might be for like a new science building. We tried to get bleachers in our school. We had somebody go out there to DC a few years ago to help fund our new bleacher program, even stuff as small as that. So super important in terms of dictating where like your tax dollars go. Katie, if you want to add anything, feel free.
Just that pork barrel spending is usually like unrelated, really random things stuck on bills, because a lot of times people don't notice. That's kind of that's what I've always found interesting about pork barrel spending.
And it's sometimes the only way you can pass a bill is if you give people stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to help them get reelected. If you get enough bacon, right, back to your constituents, and they're going to vote for you again. You feed them, especially if you feed them bacon, they're going to reelect you. Crack myself up. All right, we can go to the next slide. So we got different roles, trustee, delegate, and politico. This is just like describing like how members of Congress vote once they're elected. This guy in the first picture, I don't even know who it is, but he's basically saying, what do you say, fighting for you. So I put that because a lot of members of Congress, like I live in California District 10, they'll go to Congress and they'll vote on bills maybe that they don't even like believe in or they don't agree with, but they'll vote specifically along the lines of what their constituents have told them. They're serving as a delegate, as a representative to their constituent, whether they agree with their constituents or not. And that's a good way to get reelected, right? The second one, trust me, I know what I'm doing, because in some cases, members of Congress will say, well, I am representing my district, but sometimes I gotta vote for what I think is right, even if it contradicts what my constituents back home in District 10 want or think they need. And this is where you might lose some support potentially, especially if it's a controversial bill. And the last one, I picked this stimulus check because most of us got some like cash because of COVID relief, when both from Trump, as you can see on the image, but also more recently with President Biden's stimulus bill. And I put this because public opinion matters. So Politico is basically a mixture of the two voting styles. And sometimes members of Congress will vote as like a delegate if it's something that's super important. Like if there's a strong opinion, like which there was on a COVID relief, like people were struggling, they wanted money. So even if you have a conservative, like fiscal hawk who doesn't want to spend a bunch of money, they might do it. If people across the country, but people in their district are like struggling for relief and they need cash, they might like say, okay, well this time I'm gonna like vote in favor of the stimulus bill because my people need it, public opinion matters, even though I usually wouldn't do this because I'm like anti-spending or whatnot. And again, fill in and wherever I leave off.
No, you're doing great. I just usually like to say, like, if you were in their shoes, how would you vote?
Right.
Like that's kind of interesting to like think about. If you were them, which kind of voter would you be? Not that it matters for the AP test, just a thinking question.
And it's almost always a Politico, right?
Everybody always says
zero
mix.
representatives. It's a mix, right?
Yeah. It's easy to say, oh, it's a mix. We can't decide.
All right. So it says the potential for conflict with the Senate depends on the type of executive branch appointments. So they're talking about like the potential for conflict between the president and the Senate. And I just put this was like Biden, some of like his cabinet, people who have either been confirmed already or who are waiting for confirmation. And it's a very diverse group. I think I read somewhere it's the most diverse cabinet in the history of our country. Mm-hmm. And what I want to point out though, like why did I put that up there? The only reason he could have done this is because, as Katie said earlier, we have a Senate, the Senate and the House are both majority Democrat right now. So Biden can afford to pick candidates, or I'm sorry, nominees to like cabinet posts that are maybe a little more diverse, a little bit more like maybe they're Democrats or they maybe overlap with President Biden's beliefs because they're going to be easier to confirm, right? Because the Senate is majority Democrat and that's who the president relies on.
That's a very interesting point. Yeah, that he's not just picking like safe picks that'll easily get confirmed to get, just to get a cabinet in place, that he is really able to think this through. Like, and
I guarantee you, if the Republicans somehow kept the Senate majority, not all of these picks would be the same because he would have faced a lot more opposition, from Republican senators for some of these. Now, it doesn't make any of these people bad. It's just the reality of politics, right? And like the checks and balances on the president and who he's choosing to help run the executive branch. The bottom picture basically represents this just shows like some data on executive orders and how every president uses them. Executive orders are often used when to forward something the president wants to do, and when they feel Congress hasn't acted quick enough or their refusal to pass policy. I know some specific most recent examples of President Biden using this to kind of circumvent Congress is like the Keystone Pipeline, right? He limited, and he may have halted it altogether. He used an executive order to stop construction of the Keystone Pipeline. He required a mask mandate for federal employees on federal property. And these are things that don't require congressional approval. That's the thing to remember with executive orders. the president it basically has the force of law, but it doesn't require the House and the Senate, who are usually real slow in producing policy. It doesn't require them to create a law. And people get mad, but look at every president does it. I mean, you can see the numbers on this chart right here. And Biden has been criticized for all the executive orders he's already initiated, but he's just really following the trend in the past, 10, 20 years. And then you got a picture of the West Wing. The West Wing, if you don't know, I'm sure some of your teachers have showed episodes of the West Wing, but it's basically a show about the White House staff, which is really important. The one thing I want you to write down, if you haven't heard this, they don't require Senate approval. These are people that are really close to the president, who are like our closest advisors, and most of them do not require like Senate approval like cabinet secretaries do and other executive appointments.
Okay, and then and then I was just gonna say that executive orders, you could relate executive orders and the power of the president to move swiftly back to Federalist number 70.
Oh, nice, yes. I'll go quick on this one, but I just wanted to kind of continue that point. You had the first ever Black defense secretary. You had the first ever gay transportation secretary. Remember Pete Buttigieg? Oh, I just butchered his name. I'm sorry if you listen to this, Pete. But he ran in the primary, right? He was trying to become president. So again, there's a lot of first evers for Biden. And again, some of these people probably would have got confirmed, but some of them wouldn't have. And what does this do for him? Well, he's winning a lot of support because he promised to serve these groups, these communities. And when you nominate people who are Latino, who are Native American, who are African American, who are gay, that at least in some ways shows that you value like the larger group, right? Who have been overlooked, in the past. And it goes back to like the letter from the Birmingham Jail, like how some people have been overlooked, starting with African Americans during the Civil Rights Movement, but how like those other groups like women, right, and Native Americans and Latinos and again African Americans and LGBTQ have been overlooked following the Civil Rights Movement and how they're struggling for rights. This is like a win for them, and it gives Biden like serious kudos for possible re-election, and he's got people that are like-minded, serving him in office.
So I think it does two things. One, he said he really wanted to serve alongside of America that looked like America, and so he's succeeding in that that goal or that promise from his election promise. But then also from a political standpoint, this is a really smart move because now all of these groups that have been marginalized, they now have a voice, and so they're going to in turn support him because he's giving them a voice. And so, like politically, like it's a smart move. So it's doing doing, like great things, but then also, when we're talking about politics, we have, I feel like it's in a politics class, you got to talk about ulterior motives.
All right, I'll try to speed up a little bit here. Okay. All right, so yeah, communication. Definitely want to know how communication has changed. You got a picture of the State of the Union address. That's in the Constitution. The president has an opportunity to kind of like share the state or condition of the country and cast a vision when everybody's watching. Twitter, I can see questions about Twitter and social media and how politicians are now using them. Not Trump anymore because he got banned from Twitter, but how a lot of politicians at all levels of government are using them to communicate with their potential voters. And then you got this concept of the bully pulpit, which was started by TR, right, Teddy Roosevelt. And this idea that you got one president with one voice who can use this bully pulpit, and he wasn't saying bully like aggressive, like I want to bully you. You have this like prominent like stage that you can influence people on. When the president talks, people listen, whether it's on Twitter or on like Sunday morning, news shows, which I'm sure none of you watch, but your grandpa probably does. And anytime you hear the president speaking, he's exercising this concept of the bully pulpit to communicate with America, and he wants to try to like influence them to pressure members of Congress or to vote a certain way on candidacy. So yeah, go ahead, Katie, if you have anything to add there.
Yeah, just that. I mean, it's true. When the president speaks, people listen. I don't know about other people's households, but growing up in my household, it was always like, shh, the president's speaking. The president's on, like, stop. We're like, oh, yes, ma'am. But like,
Now
it was always her thing.
Did you see what the president tweeted?
Yes.
Right? It's changed. All right. Okay, so precedents, not president, like President Biden, precedents and stare decisis. Let the decision stand, play an important role in the judicial decision making. I'll go quick on this one because we talked about it quite a bit earlier. But the whole idea is the Supreme Court sets examples for future court decisions every single time they make a decision. And I got the cartoon here of Plessy v. Ferguson. And remember, that's a separate but equal decision that legalized segregation in our country. And it served as precedent. It's crazy that this was like the law, like endorsed by the federal government until the mid-1950s when the Supreme Court overturned it in Brown v. Board. So definitely burn that into your brain. Super important here. And that's all I really got, unless you got something else. We spoke about this one earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, keep rolling then. This is a big one. It says political discussions about Supreme Court's power is illustrated by the ongoing debate over judicial activism versus judicial restraint. This first cartoon is highlighting this concept of judicial activism, where you see the judge, kind of creepy, mean-looking judge, crossing out the people and writing the courts, highlighting that if you think of judges acting to create the law, that's essentially what this cartoon is communicating. And conservatives generally don't like this. They would argue that liberal or left-leaning judges do this more than conservative judges, and that's not necessarily the case. So it's not like a liberal or conservative philosophy. We don't have time to give a bunch of examples, but you can look that up as well. And then you got Amy Coney Barrett, the most recently confirmed Supreme Court justice, and she would be considered someone who like basically like works under the philosophy of judicial restraint. And you can see that quote that she's saying, but like they call them strict constructionists, where you just look at the Constitution, don't like create what you think the law means based on like current standards or like modern culture. Just look at the Constitution and make your decisions based on that. And but again, there's different philosophies, and depending on, that's why people get so worked up when a new like Supreme Court justice, they can see it happen because they're there forever, and they're either one or two of these. It's usually not like a big mix. The one thing here too, you got to know like how there are restrictions against the Supreme Court. The one that I would definitely burn into your brain, if the Constitution gets amended, the Supreme Court can't declare the Constitution unconstitutional, right? So that's like probably the greatest check on the Supreme Court's power. They can declare acts of Congress unconstitutional. They can declare executive actions unconstitutional. But if we pass like a 28th Amendment, the Supreme Court cannot overturn that because it's literally part of the Constitution. I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And that's a way that
go ahead.
The Congress, if they got mad enough about the Supreme Court decision, they could go in and amend the Constitution to override a Supreme Court decision.
Yep. One last thing for this slide. You see that those angry white kids in the bottom right. This is just highlighting the idea that fourth bullet point where it says the president and states evading or ignoring Supreme Court decisions. Remember, the Supreme Court doesn't have like an enforcement mechanism, right? They don't have like a Supreme Court police that goes out and makes sure that the decisions that they make are enforced. They rely on the President of the United States and the executive branch. They rely on the governors of all 50 states to enforce those decisions. And the reality is, Brown v. Board was not enforced by all 50 states because there was still a whole bunch of racists in the South. It's not like they magically became non-racist just because the Supreme Court declared separate but equal unconstitutional. So my point is the Supreme Court considers that when they make decisions. Is this enforceable? Are these states going to enforce it? And that can sometimes like influence and like their decisions. And I don't know if you have anything to add on that one, Katie. But we're good to go on this.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd say,
trying to go fast,
you
I
know,
don't want to run out of time.
as a person living in Louisiana, we're still something we're dealing with.
Yeah. Okay, so tasks performed by departments, agencies, commissions, and government corporations are represented by all of this stuff. Probably one of the most confusing concepts in my classes is this iron triangle, because there's so much going on. And I think I just want to simplify it for you guys as much as possible. And Katie, please add your definition or wherever I leave off. But basically, it's a mutually beneficial relationship between Congress, and I would say like congressional committees, especially interest groups like the NRA, or you fill in the blank, and then bureaucratic agencies. This could be like a Department of Transportation, or it can be one of those like smaller regulatory agencies. And I would just say pause this and just really study this. I always told my students, you got to be able to like redraw this, because it's easy to remember the three groups and that they benefit each other mutually. But if you get an FRQ on iron triangles, you're going to want to be able to write out some of the words that are in blue and red. How do these groups basically scratch each other's back? Because one thing you got to know, this is how policy is made, right? The interactions between these three groups is essentially like what leads to policy. Yes, bills eventually get to the floor of the House and the Senate, but before it gets to that point, you got all of these three groups having a lot of interactions with each other, and it's super influential in terms of presenting and passing laws.
Yeah, and so I just think of it as like just like a triangle. If you lost any point of a triangle, it would no longer be a triangle. Like you lose the definition. So just this triangle creates policy, and if you lose any one of these points, we're not going to be able to make policy the way we know and do it today. Like we need every
And if you're wondering why, oh, sorry.
No, I'm done. Sorry.
You're wondering why there's like this old guy with this doing this. That's an academic, right? Because you also have the concept of issue networks, which is basically an iron triangle with more players involved, where you take those three groups in the iron triangle and you throw in like really smart professors who have opinions on policies and other professionals. The media would be in the issue network. Whether we want to admit it or not, the media has a lot of influence on policy. They kind of dictate the policy agenda by reporting on whatever they report on. And then also interest groups, but that was already mentioned. So yeah, so we can go to the next slide whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So each one of these groups need each other, bottom line.
Yes. All right, maybe not the funnest concept to discuss. Discretionary and rule-making authority to implement policy are given to bureaucratic agencies. This is my least favorite chapter, but it is important. The thing that I would take away here, Congress sometimes passes laws that are intentionally vague, because they want the bureaucratic agency that's going to enforce the law to create rules and other. They basically give them discretion. They give them freedom to enforce the law in a more specific manner, and that benefits members of Congress, because then they don't get blamed when the law is like crap. When it doesn't work out very well, it's not totally on Congress. It might be like, well, this bureaucratic agency, they created these rules that were really the problem. It wasn't our vague law. It was what they did. And I see here, yeah, that's really all I have there. I mean, you see angry Bernie Sanders talking about canceling student debt. And that's something that might be carried out by the Department of Education, but I don't really have a whole lot else to say other than to make sure you know that these rules are not laws, though, right? They have the force of law, but they're not laws passed by Congress. This isn't the bureaucratic, this isn't the bureaucracy in the executive branch. Okay. And then, guys, again, this is the longest unit, so we're going to fly through the last 3 units. We have an hour and a half, so I think we're going to make it. All right, so oversight and methods used by Congress to ensure that legislation is implemented as intended are represented by committee hearings and the power of the purse. This is a member of Congress who looks really intense and is basically in committee. This is basically turn on C-SPAN, what you're going to see all the time, like committee meetings and floor votes and whatnot. And this is a way to check the bureaucratic agencies. They can call people in from the Department of Agriculture and ask, why is this law being executed the way it is? Why is it being carried out? Why are you spending the money that we budgeted for you in the manner that you are? Or why are you doing a bad job? And then they have to like testify. It's scary, and then they have to like basically explain themselves. But this is like an important power. And I also put like the FDA there, because if you get the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, like flying in on their jet, that means they're probably coming to inspect your like factory to see if like if it's like a meat packing factory, is it clean? Are you following regulations? Are your workers like washing their hands? And often, that's probably why you like throw up at a restaurant every once in a while, because unfortunately sometimes employees don't wash their hands like they're supposed to, and then you consume that food. Well, the FDA is there to make sure that that doesn't happen, because they'll slap them on the hand or revoke their business license. So it's important to know. And there's all kinds of agencies, and if you don't need to memorize all the agencies, just know like how they are, how they operate, and then how Congress can limit their power or at least check in on them. All right. Last one, I think, for this one. Formal and informal powers of Congress, the president, and the courts over the bureaucracy are used to maintain its accountability. Yeah, I mean, I got just a few examples here. Show me the money. Congress has a lot of power because they control the purse, just like we talked about earlier, right? So they're the ones that dictate how much does the Department of Transportation get in this year's budget. Are we going to decrease the Department of Defense's budget? Probably not, because it won't be very popular, because we want to support our troops. Nobody ever says don't support our troops. But if the Congress doesn't approve of like executive actions within the bureaucratic like agencies, they can take away their money, or they could even like eliminate them, right? They created those agencies that we talked about earlier. They created like cabinet departments and like some of those other regulatory agencies. They can literally like destroy them. They can take them away just by like an act of Congress. And then you got a picture of an oversight hearing like we showed earlier. And this one here that says unconstitutional, just a quick reminder that the court's main power to check the other branches is to use that judicial review that Katie talked about extensively with Marbury versus Madison. They can declare part or all of a law unconstitutional. And remember, that's just one branch. They can also declare acts of the executive branch unconstitutional. So if like the executive gets all like war crazy, they could actually declare like his actions unconstitutional and hold him accountable for that. So I think that's all I got, unless you want to add anything. I think I'm tagging, tag your it. Or we have some questions for the kids again, all right? Yeah.
Let's see what you know about Unit 2, guys. So we're going to switch back over to Minimeter. So it's that same code as before. It's right at the top, so you can just keep that tab open. We're going to come back and forth to this throughout the rest of the slideshow. See if I can make it work. There we go. All right, so cabinet members often do not have a dominant influence on presidential decision-making because it's interesting to like watch as the votes come in.
Or leaning in.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching the Giants game or something.
No, not that one. All right, in 3, 2, 1. All right, and its presidential goals often conflict with the institutional goals of individual cabinet level agencies. And again, even though they're all on the same team, they're all, right there together. You can have different factions. Haha, factions. See how many times I can use it.
A little plug.
Yes. All right. All of the following serve as checks on the power of the federal courts, except
Dang, somebody answered before you even like finished your
I know.
reading the question.
Guys, read all the answers. Even if you're right. All right.
But going, like, as you said, oh, go ahead. Actually, I'll say that later.
No, please.
Oh, like in my class, I find that the students that have the highest grades are often the ones that miss some of the easiest questions on the exams because they just go too fast. And I've noticed the College Board sometimes, like for letter A, for like the first distractor in the multiple choice question, they'll often intentionally they'll word it in a way that people that go too fast will see a key word and they'll just choose it without even thinking, and it's often the wrong answer. You know, so it's a bad way to like maybe you only end up getting a 4 instead of what you should get. You know, because you missed a couple of multiple choice questions because you know the content so well, you just want to get it over with. But take your time, pace yourself, and I think that whoever answered quickly was right though, because something %.
Yep, and the voters can oust federal judges in national elections. Good job, guys. Also want to throw out there that I lost my train of thought, and we'll come back to it. Sorry, guys. All right, a committee system is more important in the House than in the Senate because, and this is very important kind of key information about the differences of the House and the Senate. All right, good. Y'all got this one. The House is so large that it is more work, that the more work can be accomplished in committees than on the floor. And so kind of main idea, committees are where the work gets done. Oh,
it's also the reason why we have the Rules Committee too, right, Katie? Because it's so big and everybody needs to be limited in how much they can talk because of the sheer size of the House.
I've always thought it was interesting watching videos of that, how they'll have like 3 minutes or however many, they're literally clocked with how long they talk. And they can say, so I could go up there and I could say, thank you so much for this time. I would like to yield my time to the representative from California and like give my time to you. And then you get double time. So like, if I don't know what I'm talking about, I can give my time to you. So I always thought that was cool. 6
minutes is so much better than 3.
Literally twice the time. All right, so that is it for Unit 2. Y'all killed Unit 2. Also want to say, this is what I was going to say earlier, is that I have found in my class 2 different things. One is that in the other social studies classes that you've taken, the other AP social studies, is that you have in both APUSH and AP Worlds, and I don't know about human geography, so you'll have to answer this one. You have 55 minutes to answer 55 multiple choice questions. So you are blowing through that, right? You're reading the stimulus, you're answering really fast, you're moving. In AP Gov, you have a lot more time. It's 55 questions in, an hour and 20 minutes? That's a significant increase in time, 25 minutes. And so that means that the graphs are going to be more complicated. The maps are going to be a little more convoluted. And so you need to make sure you're taking the time to really look at it. Because this is a good example. I was doing a review with my kids Friday. And we went through an entire multiple choice question. I was moving so fast. I didn't read the whole title. I read the first line, didn't read the second line, which is like the biggest AP no-no ever. So I thought the graph was asking for one thing. The graph was asking for something totally different. I not only got the answer wrong, I was like, the answer is not here. Like the answer doesn't exist. Like what's wrong with this College Board question? Had to go back, check myself, apologize to my class and be like, so you know how I always tell you to read the title? Read the title. So take the time to really look at all those things because you have the time in this one. Okay, so now we're talking about civil liberties and civil rights. And I would like to start off with saying that I could spend the next 3.5 years talking about this unit. So we are not, it's an awesome unit. It's super fun. And I think it's also super important, talking about civil rights, talking about the marginalized groups in America. And so please know that if this unit is important to you as well and important to your heart, we are not blowing through it because we don't care. We're cramming. It's a time issue.
We only have an hour and 20.
Oh gosh, let's go. Okay, also, I want you to notice these big ideas are spiraling. We keep seeing the same big ideas over and over again. So again, constitutionalism, then civic participation in a representative democracy. So what is your civic role in the government, and what should you be doing to help protect civil liberties and civil rights? Because we all have a role to protect each other's civil liberties and civil rights. And then also competing policymaking interests. So why have Supreme Court decisions about civil liberties and civil rights changed over time? Like how have things changed? You know, we talked about that with Plessy versus Ferguson and Brown versus Ford, and why have they changed? Okay, so when we talk about freedom, the first thing we need to talk about is, you know, just briefly go back to our foundational document of the US Constitution, which includes the Bill of Rights. And we had a big talk about this, I think during our last CRAM, and like our fabulous TA, Amrita, and I were kind of back and forth about like, we can use the amendments, right? For like, if the required doc listed is the Constitution, and yes, you can use the Bill of Rights, the amendments, all of those, they're part of the Constitution. If you don't know what's in Article 10, but you can tell me what's in Amendment 1, cool. Use what you know. But the U.S. Constitution includes a Bill of Rights, which is specifically designed to protect individual liberties and individual rights. And the Bill of Rights was added for the Anti-Federalists. The Anti-Federalists didn't feel like the Constitution protected individual rights enough. And so part of them agreeing, part of the compromise of them signing the Constitution was the agreement that they would add a Bill of Rights after. And so then civil liberties are constitutionally established guarantees and freedoms that protect citizens. So it's just really important to know they are given to you. They can't be taken away. Yay, rights. Sorry, did not end that. So the interpretation and application of the First Amendment's establishment and free exercise clause is ultimately reflecting an ongoing debate over balancing majoritarian religious practice and free exercise. And we see this in Ingle versus Vitale and Wisconsin versus Yoder. So with the First Amendment, we have the free exercise clause saying that we are free to exercise whatever religion we want, as long as we are not hurting anybody else. So like, we can't go back and like go to the Aztecs and, you know, start human sacrifice again. Like that's a no-no. But pretty much anything else you want from, you know, it's all good. We have freedom of religion. That's one of the things that the colonies were built upon. People moved here across an ocean on a boat so they could practice their religion however they wanted. So that's something that we still protect. And so then, you know, Wisconsin versus Yoder, that's our Amish case. And then Ingle versus Vitale, that's our prayer in schools case. And then symbolic speech is also protected under the First Amendment. We've talked about that. Under Tinker versus Des Moines, with the black armbands for the Vietnam War, that established symbolic speech. And then we have our efforts to balance social order and individual freedom. And this is a constant battle between, we need social order, but also we need to give people freedoms. So how many freedoms can we give without things going, you know, to total chaos?
Hey, one thing we haven't talked about yet when we did the SCOTUS case is our time, place, manner regulations. You want to maybe touch on that, just to like, what the heck is that, in case students haven't heard that, in terms of like restricting how people assemble, right?
Do you have like an example?
Do
you have an example in mind that you want to go with?
Yeah, just real quick, maybe, because I know we talked about a lot of these, but I don't think we were able to cover that, and at least
no, we haven't
earlier.
Go, whatever you,
Oh,
sorry, whatever you have in mind, run with that.
Well, I always told my students, like, you can protest, right? But like the local jurisdiction, like cities, they can restrict. The Supreme Court has essentially argued, and you don't have to know the case in which they argued this because it's not listed, but that yes, you have the right to assemble and the right to petition the government for redress of grievances, but there are limits in the time that you do that, the place that you do that. Like, you can't go and like bang on my window, at Ripon High School while I'm trying to teach and protest, whatever it is you're protesting. There are restrictions on the places that you can do that. And the manner, you can't be like throwing rocks, right? It can't like incite violence. So just keep that in mind as well, like time, place, manner, regulations. Yeah, you have all this great freedoms to come together with people and to make people know that you're either angry about something or you're celebrating something, but there are restrictions, just like freedom of speech. This is just another form of freedom of speech, right? Or freedom of expression. There are limitations on those behaviors.
Yeah, and I would say ultimately time, place, and manner comes down to safety issues. It's just they're put in place to keep people safe. Also, defamatory, offensive, and obscene statements and gestures. Again, we're talking about safety and we're talking about respect. And so there are some kind of just like very baseline expectations we have, for people as Americans. And, standards real low, and we can all make it happen and still get across the point we need to get across. And this also was created, the clear and present danger clause, which we talked about with Shanks versus United States. You can say whatever you want as long as it's not causing a clear and present danger to anybody else. So is what you're doing dangerous? Is what you're doing, is it harmful to somebody else? If it's yes to either of those, then you can't do it. So this is a hot topic that we don't have time to really debate. We have spent many a class on it in my classroom, but the court decisions defining cruel and unusual punishment involve the interpretation of the 8th Amendment and its application to the state death penalty status. And so ultimately that is a state decision at this point, right? That it kind of differs by state how and when that's used, if it's used. And it's actually not considered cruel and unusual punishment. And that is a debatable issue. Take it to your dinner table and decide how you feel. But
not at the in-laws.
Yeah, not with your in-laws. But then also we've got debate about the 2nd and 4th Amendment, and these involve concerns about public safety and whether or not the government regulation of firearms or collection of digital metadata promotes or interferes with public safety and individual rights. And so, again, we're talking about basic safety issues. And so you have the right to bear arms until you put somebody else's safety at risk. When you are outside of the realm of protecting yourself and you are just like waving around a loaded gun on private property, like now we're talking about safety. So you can't do that. Also, I would just like to point out Elmo diving off the table because goodbye, cruel world. I just think it's great. It just gave me a lot of comic relief while planning. All right, back to selective incorporation. And can you give us a quick little, reword your definition, because I really liked it before, about selective incorporation?
Yeah, the term that I usually use is incorporation is when rights or liberties that are stated in the Bill of Rights are nationalized by the Supreme Court. So again, I think I gave the example of Gideon earlier, to where Gideon wasn't provided counsel because he couldn't afford one. But the Supreme Court ruled that the Florida law was unconstitutional. And when they did that, not only did Gideon get another trial with a lawyer, but in the court's opinion, the court basically said that, I can't quote verbatim what the majority opinion, but they essentially said that all states have to do this now. All states have to provide counsel regardless of whether it was a major offense, like a capital, or I'm not thinking of the word, a felony crime, or you got pulled over for a DUI, and you deserve, based on what the Constitution says in the Bill of Rights, you deserve right to counsel. And so they basically nationalize or force that upon all the states that weren't already providing that liberty. And it's selective incorporation because when they made that decision in Gideon, it only did it for one. It only incorporated one of those rights that are and liberties in the Bill of Rights. But then over time, mainly in like the 1960s, when you had like more of a left-leaning court, right? You had a lot of like rights of the accused. Right? And I think we'll get into that on your next few slides, that were incorporated, selectively, piece by piece, as they were brought to the court. That was probably longer than you wanted. But.
No, that was exactly what I wanted. Thank you. And so then we also see this, again, represented McDonald versus Chicago. So Unit 3 is kind of like your SCOTUS free-for-all. Like you can apply pretty much all of your SCOTUS cases to Unit 3. So you're going to see a lot of links between those. But we see the McDonald versus Chicago, which ruled in favor of the Second Amendment. So everybody has the right to bear arms. The states can't take that away. And then we also see the self-defense of one's home inapplicable through the 14th Amendment. So these are Second Amendment and 14th Amendment are both protecting your right to protect yourself. So you get a lot of fighting memes because I thought they were funny.
I love the gifs. That's how I fight.
Yeah. I think that's how we should.
AP parents,
should we end like the 5 hour, like both of us in cat suits, like battling it out? Only sort of kidding. So the court has on occasion ruled in favor of states' powers to restrict individual liberty. So like when free speech is shown to increase danger to public policy. So again, if it's a danger issue, if it's a safety issue, you no longer have that right or freedom. And then we have the Miranda rule. And so I'm sure you've heard about Miranda rights. Those are those things whenever you're watching all the law shows and they're like, you have the right to, remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right, you have the right to do all these things. And so they have to read you your Miranda rights when you're arrested. Like that's part of the law. And if they don't do that, there's like serious ramifications. And so there are all these rights of accused persons. Due process rights are protected through the 5th and the 6th Amendment. But the court has sanctioned a public safety exception that allows unwarned interrogation to stand as direct evidence in court. So that's kind of like a little side note is that they still can do that. And so there are a couple like what they deem public safety issues when they can talk to you without a lawyer. But that's not, commonplace. Commonplace is you have the right to a lawyer, like Gideon versus Wainwright. And you have all the rights of an accused persons. 5th Amendment, right to remain silent. You have the right not to, what's the word I'm looking for? Not indict yourself, but to accuse yourself, sort of.
Self-incrimination?
Yes, thank you. Self-incrimination. So if they ask you a question. Yes, Sorry. Exactly. If somebody asks you a question and if you answer, it's going to get you in a lot of trouble. You have the right to say, I plead the 5th, which means I'm not going to answer, which usually kind of means like, I'm guilty, but I'm not going to tell you I'm guilty. I'm guilty, but you can't prove it kind of thing. And then we also see the prohibition, I can't talk.
We're almost an hour 5. We're starting to fade. It's all right. Come on. Come on.
New pep talk. All right. The prohibition of unreasonable searches and seizures are intended to ensure that citizens' liberties are not eclipsed by the need for social order. And so this is the constant battle that we see between social order and people's rights. So where is the line between individual rights and, well, that person looks suspicious or that person was screaming for help inside their house. So can I enter it? Like there's all these like gray areas that people like to get pushed. So you have the right to legal counsel, speedy and public trial, and speedy is kind of like, speedy. But our court systems are very slow. But they can't lock you up for like 16 years of waiting for a trial. And you have the right to a public trial and the right to an impartial jury. And so we'll see a couple cases, not many of our required cases, but I've seen cases used for FRQs that are, there was one in Texas, and a man, he was Hispanic, and there wasn't a single other Hispanic person on the jury. And so his case got thrown out because he thought that there was nobody, he didn't have any peers. And so the definition of peer can be, a little fluid, and how that gets used. Then we also see protection against warrantless searches of cell phone data under the 4th Amendment. So this is interesting for our teenagers, that your cell phone can't be searched without a warrant. And then also limitations are placed on bulk collection of telecommunication metadata. And so this is our Patriot and our USA Freedoms Act. And so this is kind of the right to, I don't know, like track Americans and wiretap Americans and
creepy.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And so after 9/11, they put forth the Patriot Act and the USA Freedom Act. And so it was done in the name of safety and, against terrorism. But, a lot of people really question that and its effect on our freedoms. And then we've kind of beat this one to death, but due process clause has been applied to guarantee the right to an attorney. And then we also have the exclusionary rule, which we haven't talked about yet, which stipulates evidence illegally seized by law enforcement officers in violation of the suspect's 4th Amendment right to be free from unreasonable search and seizures cannot be used against the suspect in a criminal prosecution. So if you are searched unlawfully, or if they have a warrant to search your house, on the warrant, it says what they're looking for. And if they find something outside of what they're looking for, you can't be prosecuted for it because they're there to look for certain things. So that is just kind of interesting in the search and seizure realm of the government. And then, so we've talked a lot about right to privacy, and we've talked a lot about how that's affected SCOTUS cases, but the right to privacy is not explicitly named in the Constitution. So the court has interpreted the due process clause to protect the right of privacy from state infringement. So they put all of this in the due process clause, but there is no right to privacy in the Constitution. It is, I would say it probably falls under like implied power versus enumerated power type of deal. And so this interpretation of the due process clause has been subject of much controversy because it has to do with very controversial cases that people feel very strongly about. And so Roe versus Wade is just one of those where people, people are very
sometimes disagree about that one.
Sometimes people disagree on this case.
A little bit.
Yeah, but people usually, very few people are kind of like, meh, take it or leave it. Like most people are like, no, they're one side or the other. And so this is the conversation about it is if it's built on the right to privacy, constitutionally, does the right of privacy exist? And so that's just kind of like an interesting, like full circle moment kind of with all of our different concepts. Okay, and this is the part that I am super passionate about and absolutely love and could talk about for a gazillion years. I also teach African-American history, so this is like super fun to me. Not fun, but I don't know. It has my heart, I'm passionate. Sorry. So civil rights. Civil rights protect individuals from discrimination based on the characteristics such as race, national origin, religion, and sex. And so these rights are guaranteed to all citizens under due process. So we all have due process and equality under due process. And then we all have equality, obviously, under the equal protection clauses. And so those are the two things that guarantee equality, no matter your race, origin, religion, or sex, of the US Constitution, as well as there's other acts of Congress that back that up. And so different leadership events have associated with civil rights, women's rights, LGBTQ plus rights, are evidence of how the Equal Protection Clause can support and motivate social movements. So we see a lot of social movements based on these ideas, based on these marginalized groups of people. And so this is when like Dr. Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail comes in. Then we also see the National Organization of Women and the women's rights movement really come out of all of this, and the pro-life anti-abortion movement. So both movements use kind of the same thing. When we talk about Roe versus Wade, that we've got in the same bullet point list is our women's rights movement that's going to be pro-choice, and our pro-life anti-abortion movement. And ultimately, when it comes down to equal means equal. I really liked that meme. I feel like it kind of underlined everything. So the government can respond to social movements through court rulings and policies. So the government can and should respond to social movements of the people, because those are going to be things that Americans are passionate about, and they should be listening to their constituents. And then this is an across-the-board movement. Then yes, action needs to be taken. And so we see that with like Brown versus Board of Education, you know, going into 1954, going into the Civil Rights Movement through the 1960s. Also the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And I wouldn't say that you need to know the ins and outs of every single one of these. Maybe know the ins and outs of one or two of them. And just know that the government can respond and does respond to social movements. Either the court does or Congress makes rulings on it.
Yeah, going off of what Katie just said, I don't think you need to know like extensive amounts of information about any of these, but if you know what voting rights are, you can probably talk a little bit about like the purpose of that law. If you know what civil rights are, same thing. Are they going to ask you to outline like the details of the law? Most likely not, but you're probably going to see it like in a stimulus with an excerpt from the law, and they're going to want you to know, you know, like, why is this important? You know, and how does this apply to, how did it influence, like Katie said earlier with the letter at Birmingham Jail, like how does it influence future groups, like or modern like protest movements and stuff like that. So, but don't like lose sleep over memorizing every detail about all of these laws. But they are in the CED, so they will be on the test, but not necessarily. You're not gonna get like an FRQ just on Title IX. Or at least I hope not.
And
if that out.
I know, gosh. But if they do, most likely they'll give you a little background information on it, and then ask you to relate it to one of your memorized required docs or required cases, in which case you would be talking about Brown versus Board of Education or letter from Birmingham Jail. Okay. I just really love that. You should go to college, guys. So decisions demonstrating that minority rights have been restricted at times and protected at other times would be state laws and Supreme Court holdings restricting African-American access to the same restaurants, hotels, and schools as the majority white population based on the separate but equal doctrine, right? So they had separate but equal, and then that was overturned by Brown versus Board of Education. So Plessy versus Ferguson, then Brown versus Board, which declared that race-based school segregation violates the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. If you know nothing else about the 14th Amendment, know that it gives you the Equal Protection Clause, and it sounds exactly like what it is. Equal protection under the law. And then the Supreme Court is going to uphold the rights of the majority in cases that limit and prohibit majority minority districting. And so we're not saying majority minority, we're saying majority of minority people. So if one district, the majority of the district is filled with minority peoples, then we can get into a mess with the Supreme Court, like in two of our cases, about, or sorry, one of our cases about the rights of redistricting. I did this slide at like 3 a.m. and I don't know why I picked these memes.
Time for a question. I think it's meant to be today.
Yeah. So I apologize, but they're really funny. And Michelle Obama on SNL is like the greatest thing ever. Like, I think it's just hilarious. Anyways, let's see what you know about Unit 3.
Less than an hour left.
Oh my gosh, we gotta roll. We gotta like, luckily Unit 4 and Unit 5 is like, yeah, super fast. All right, most of the individual protections of the Bill of Rights now apply to the states because of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution's what?
They did it again. They answered the
14th Amendment. Good job. 100%. I like it. Aw, so that's okay. It's all right, guys. 14th Amendment is what we're looking for. All right, in Brown versus Board of Education, SCOTUS established which of the following principles?
I think there's a consensus.
All right, in Brown versus Board, separation of students by race, even in equally good schools, which didn't exist, is unconstitutional. Very good, guys. Which of the following did the most to expand civil rights in the 1950s? Man, y'all are fast. Are you reading your answers? Make sure to read every answer.
I think that student wrote these questions somehow.
All right. And it's the SCOTUS decision declaring state-mandated school segregation to be unconstitutional. All right, and the Constitution and its amendments expressly prohibit all of the following except so what is expressly prohibited versus not expressly? All right. Correct, guys. Discrimination based on sex and employment is not expressly prohibited in the Constitution. And then which of the following principles protects a citizen from imprisonment without trial? Fantastic, guys. Yeah. Talking about due process. Very good. All right, and that is it for Unit 3.
All right, we got a quick announcement from our TA, Rita. She says there's a search bar above the answered questions that we urge you to use before asking for a concept explanation. She said we're getting a lot of redundant questions at the moment, and that way you can find your answer without waiting and allow TAs to be more efficient with unanswered questions. And we say that with a smile. Thank you, Amrita. All right, Unit 4 and 5, they're probably the shortest, so I will try to go fast without rushing too much. The big ideas: how do our core beliefs about the role of government affect our behavior? And then how does our view of what freedom is shape our opinions? I skipped over some of the political opinion poll stuff, so if you're totally lost on that and that's your weak area, come in to Discord afterwards or pop some questions into the discussion thread for Amrita, and we'll make sure we help you with that. All right, so our next slide. So this is a big one. I'll go quick. Family. Family's the big one. Family, as you can see, Homer Simpson making announcements to his family. A lot of your parents probably influenced your political beliefs as a child, and maybe that's changing a little bit as you learn more and more how to think on your own. But generally speaking, this is like the go-to answer. And I would say like schools are definitely like number 2, especially when you get to college, right? When you're typically, like, a lot of people are away from their families more, and they often are receiving instruction from people who may or may not share the same political views and religious views, whatever. So that's often a time when your political socialization, your political beliefs, or your ideologies might change as well, because you don't have mom and dad, right? The umbilical cord is cut at that point. And then your peers and your peers usually don't even know what they're talking about to begin with, but it's fun, right? To like talk about politics, and they do influence you, hopefully in a good way. And then this one on the bottom right, I struggle with a little bit, but like, how does globalization affect political culture, both for our country, and how does our political culture affect other countries? So globalization is just like the interconnectedness of the world. And I just have a couple examples written in my notes, like the U.S. influence other countries. Like you think of the movies that people watch globally, it's often in English. They're often produced by American companies. That's part of our culture. Maybe not directly our political culture, but it can attract people to our culture, which might lead them to want to know more about the U.S., the music that we listen to. And then you think, well, how do other countries influence our political culture? Because we're super influential, right? But when you have people coming, I teach AP Human Geography, and we talk a lot about how the U.S. has large numbers of in-migrants, like people who are coming into the United States. They bring their culture with them, including their political views. It's not like they just dump them, when they get off the airplane or the boat or wherever they're coming from, out of their car. They bring everything with them. And if enough of them come, and I say them because we have immigrants from all over the world, it could over time influence like ideologies at like the local, state, and federal level, and even regional level, like we talked about earlier. And feel free to just add if you want, but I'm done with that slide.
I just want to say one more thing about colleges is that a lot of times teachers or the type of school that you pick gets blamed, but also I think what really influences your schools is that not only you're away from your family, but for the first time, often people are mixing with people of different economic statuses, people of different races, people from different nationalities, that you're exposed from so many different ideas, so many different people groups. And for a lot of people that grew up in one place and didn't move around a lot, that's the first time that they're being exposed to that many ideas.
All right, so generational and life cycle effects also contribute to how your political views are. That came out wrong, but basically affects your political views, your political socialization. Got a picture up here in the upper left where this guy is saying that your generation terrifies me. He's talking to this young hipster millennial, right? I think I'm a millennial. I think I made the cutoff, but I'm not like this kid in the GIF. Millennials generally are more like liberal. They generally live, and I'm saying generally because these are all generalities. So don't get offended. This is just the way it is. Like they lean left. They lean towards supporting the Democratic Party. Usually, they're usually more diverse, and part of it's because they have access to way more information than the boomers did back in the 50s and 60s when there was only like 3 TV channels to get your information from. Now you get like tweets. Like hundreds of tweets every hour, and a lot of that's like political news, good and bad. You look at like 9/11 in the bottom left and think about how Katie talked about the balance between civil liberties and national security and how that event, I mean, I was a freshman in college back in 2001 when that happened. I think about like how those major events can shape my political views and shape my future and shape my kids, because a lot of people are scared. Even now, because of what happened there, and policies have been influenced by 9/11 in terms of like airport security and whatnot. You think about how in the heck, we don't really know this yet, but how is COVID going to affect my kids and my grandkids in terms of their political views? Because I'm going to be acting differently. I'm wearing a mask all day, whether you like it or not. It's part of our life right now. And so like that's one that's like in my mind right now. How is COVID going to affect political socialization? I'm starting to like jumble my words too. Too much coffee. So, and then the boomer down there, you got Michael Scott's pushing the poor old man out of the room. That old man was living like in his prime when the Vietnam War happened. When that was the most unpopular war in the history of our country eventually, and that affected people's trust in government, which carries over into when they become older and who they vote for. What views they hold. The women's movement came out of that. So different views, right? Because of these experiences, people will have different views on politics because of these different experiences. And this is just a handful. And Katie, if you have any that you want to tack onto that, feel free.
Just like the Great Depression really affected the silent generation and how they, they react to things, just all these different things. And also it affects almost like generational fears with the Cold War and people being really scared of Russia. That would be like my parents' generation. And like they had to like do like bomb drills underneath their desk at school, things like that. It affects generationally, is going to affect your fears and your policy. And right now we have more boomers in office than any other generation. And so the boomers' concerns and the boomers' fears are going to directly influence policy until the next generation, if they're old enough to kind of take power.
Well said. All right, liberal ideologies favor more government regulation of the marketplace. Conservative ideologies favor fewer regulations. All right, so this is big. It's big picture. You want to summarize liberal versus conservative ideologies. The liberal ideologies, remember, this is generalization. It doesn't mean that every liberal believes all of this, but they generally view like the government as a tool to fix problems in society. I'm going to get into more of the fiscal side of that in a minute. And then the conservatives, they generally, there's a reason why a lot of conservatives don't like mask mandates, that they feel like it's an encroachment on their freedom. They don't want the government telling them what to do, right? And you see that. That's why you make those connections between a lot of these like red-leaning states and why some of their mask policies or COVID policies are much different than like California, where I live. And then that second point, because these are a couple concepts that a lot of students just, I do not like economics. I used to teach economics and it was like the worst subject. I'm sorry if you got some econ lovers out there, but you need to know this for this class. So you got ideological differences on marketplace regulation. That makes me want to like vomit in my mouth just saying that. It's so boring. Are based on, it makes you understand on different theoretical support. So you got Keynesian and supply side positions. So write this down if you don't know what this is. So first, we need to know what fiscal policy is. Fiscal policy involves taxing and spending, right? And then there's monetary policy, which involves like managing the money supply, putting more money into circulation or taking more money out. So when we talk about Keynesian and supply side economics, we're talking about fiscal policy. So here's what that means. A Keynesian supporter, which FDR during the New Deal, Barack Obama, as you can see, he got that fancy little picture we found there. And even President Biden, with some of the goals he's expressed, are very Keynesian in nature, meaning they all believe the government should have an active role. Right? I put Biden's stimulus in my plans. Like, let's use the government to fix all the terrible things that have been happening to people over like the past year because of COVID. Let's not sit back passively like who was the president before FDR? Was it Hoover, right? Right? People criticize Hoover for not doing enough. And that's why he got kicked out of office, basically. And then FDR went like all New Deal crazy with programs everywhere, ran up the debt. But there's like and I won't get into like all the specifics because this is not an econ class. You're not going to need to write out too much detail, but you need to know the basics. Contrast Keynesian with supply side economics. This is very like Reaganomics, Reagan in the 80s. What does it mean in a nutshell? People that support supply side, they want to tax less, right? So you're going to decrease tax rates for everyone. And this is why a lot of left-leaning like individuals and politicians criticize it, because you're not only reducing taxes for like low and middle income people, you're also reducing it for the most wealthy in the country. And the argument is, if you reduce taxes, it's going to generate, there's more money in people's pockets. Right? So you have more cash in pockets, which means people are going to spend the money that they have, which isn't always true sometimes. And then if people are spending money, it's going to create jobs. And then businesses will be able to hire more people because their businesses will be, be like rocking, and they'll hire more people, and then there'll be more money in the economy, and you can see that cycle. And so neither of these, they're just philosophies, right? You can't say that one is right or one is wrong. You can't like prove it that it's always right or always wrong. So Katie, I said that really quick. Do you have anything to like supplement that?
Yeah, I would just say, okay, so right believes in what they call trickle down economics. So you put the most money at the top and let it
Yeah.
all down to all the different like economic groups of people.
Like the GIF.
Yes. And then just make it rain. And then where liberals or Democrats believe more in giving money to the lower income people, because the lower income people are going to spend it right away. And so that's going to stimulate the economy and it's going to go up. So the argument against trickle down economics is if you give more money to people that have a lot of money, they're just going to put it in savings. Where if you give it to people that need it, that live paycheck to paycheck, it's going to be spent on rent. It's going to be spent on groceries. And so it's just which direction do you want the money to go is based on political party. And when we talk about ideologies, I think it's really important, and something that we've skipped somehow is American ideology. And that all of these ideologies combine to make American ideology. And if you look at the semantics of it, Republicans and Democrats are fighting for the same things. We're just choosing different ways to get there. It's how do we make them happen? But we all want education for our children. We all want a safe country to live in. We all want. There's a lot of things that are considered American ideals, and they're things that Americans prioritize as a whole. But we can't agree on how to make them happen, and that's when we get to the party split.
All right, last slide for this unit, I think. Okay, so liberal ideologies tend to think that personal privacy, areas of behavior where government should not intrude, extend further than conservative ideologies do, except ones that involve religious and educational freedom. Conservative ideologies favor less government involvement to ensure social and economic equality. So this is kind of overlapping with what we said in the previous slide. And then we didn't mention libertarians. Libertarians are like, stay out of everything. Just make sure that nobody bombs me. Nobody attacks, my state, my country. For the most part, that's it. And I got here, you got Biden here. This is a liberal ideology or a liberal approach. I believe we have to protect and build on Obamacare. The idea that the private healthcare system does not provide healthcare effectively for everyone. So we're going to use the government, right, to supplement that. We're going to create government healthcare, Obamacare, Biden care, whatever you want to call it, to help the people that are uninsured. Whether you agree or not, whether that's make sure you know that the ideology that connects with. Social Security, you all have a card, and even though there probably won't be any money in that account by the time you get into your 60s, or even with Katie and I, if you have a job, which I bet a lot of you seniors do, one of the most depressing parts of that paycheck is where you go look at the deductions and you see the Social Security money going out and paying for all those boomers just monthly checks. So that's, again, it's a social policy that is very liberal. It was introduced in the New Deal with FDR. It's a popular one. And then we have, why did I put Clark W. Griswold on there? Is because, why did I put that there?
I think because it's the last slide of Unit 4.
I don't know, but I love that movie. Who doesn't like Christmas Vacation, right?
So good.
All right. I think we have questions whenever you're ready.
Yes. And then I think it's just important to say that people are for what benefits them and they're against what doesn't benefit them. And so boomers are traditionally at this point, boomers are against social programs that help other people, but they're for Social Security because they get it. So you have to go with human nature and what benefits who kind of thing.
Yeah, you tend to get more conservative as your bank account increases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Question time. Yeah.
All right, let's see what you know about Unit 4, guys.
Sorry, I'm gonna go right down to the wire. This is nice. No, it's good. I think we're good.
All right. Of the following, the most important role in political socialization of children is played by family. Fantastic, guys.
Hey, you guys are like spitting on this question. It's not good enough for them. All right,
not hard enough. All right. Which of the following is not a core value of United States political culture?
At least you got to finish reading that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good question.
This is a good question. And so ultimately, Americans do not believe in economic equality. We don't believe in equality for people in economics at all. Which of the following best describes an exit poll? Which we didn't talk about polling today, so if you don't understand the different types of polls, take a minute and look it up, or come see us in Discord and ask us. But it turns out y'all know it, so no concerns. A poll that asks voters at randomly selected voting places whom they voted for so that election results can be predicted faster. All right, the activities of the Federal Reserve Board have the most direct influence on, ooh, kind of neck and neck, guys. Is it going to be government spending or bank interest rates? Let's see. Bank interest rates. Which of the following policies would an individual who identifies as a Democrat most likely support? So where is the liberal ideology? All right. And y'all are right. Strengthening anti-discrimination policies for married gay couples. All right. Unit 5, super speed round. You ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, wait, sorry.
All right, big ideas. Why do some people choose to participate in government while others do not? Second one, how does your social network affect your political beliefs? And down to big idea 4, why might you join a political party and why do some people choose not to? And finally, how does who you are affect whether you participate or not? All right, so political models. You got rational choice, retrospective voting, prospective voting, I can't talk, and party line voting. So down here, my wife and I are actually watching this show right now. I know that you don't want to hear about my life, and we don't have time for that, but I said it anyways. Is somebody expressing like the retrospective voter approach, where, as it says up here, people vote based on what they've done in recently. So Trump, partly I want to argue why he didn't win re-election is because a lot of people believe that his COVID policies weren't successful. Again, whether you believe that or not, I bet a lot of voters did, and that was part of it. There were some other reasons why they probably didn't vote for him, but we won't get into any of that on this stream. And then this creepy crystal ball lady is talking about the prospective voting, to where you look at the future. Like when you try to vote for a candidate, you think of what's their vision for the future. What are they saying they're going to do? Like Biden talked a lot about having a plan for COVID relief, having a plan, and he was sometimes specific about it. And voters, because they were struggling with that, with COVID, and some people have lost their job, may have voted for him because of his stated goals to fix the economy and to help people's lives that have been destroyed over the past year due to COVID. Party line voting is just, I'm a Democrat or Republican. This is the most easy way to predict who you're going to vote for. Is you just check. You don't even know the people, right? You just you go and vote for Biden and just all Democrat, or you vote for Trump and you don't need to do it with your eyes closed practically. Anything to add to that?
No, but I've heard people say, just look for the R or just look for the D.
I know somebody who has their dad fill out the ballot forward and they don't even look at the ballot. I won't mention names.
Chances they're not watching.
All right. The structure of parties has been influenced by critical elections and regional alignments. So what the heck is a critical election? It's an election that is critical. It's important. It causes a huge shift or a huge realignment. I put the picture of FDR here because this is coming off of the heels of the Great Depression. All the hardships, economic hardships that happened during the Hoover administration led to a lot of people switching parties. And the biggest group that you want to take note on, because it overlaps with so many other groups, so many other units, is African Americans. The 1932 presidential election, a lot of voters switched to the Democratic Party and to supporting FDR, but the African Americans switched, and they've never gone back since. Like, they were part of what they would call the New Deal coalition. And then Trump, a lot of people think that Trump, even after he's been voted out of office, has caused like a realignment, has caused people who usually would vote maybe Democrat, maybe some of those modern Democrats who have lost their factory jobs up in the upper Midwest or the Rust Belt. A lot of those people supported him, even in this most recent election. And who knows, he might be back in the next election. It's happened before, right? I think it was Grover Cleveland who won separate terms of the presidency. And a lot of political scientists argue that Trump is causing a realignment. The Republican Party is not the same. And then you got Andrew Yang saying, I have the data. Well, that goes off of the third bullet point where it says changes in communication and data management technology. So political parties have changed because there's so much data, big data. Katie talked about this a little bit earlier. Metadata, I think, is the word that she used. But the idea that they're tracking us, it's creepy when you're on Facebook or social media, and all of a sudden, like 1 minute later, whatever you clicked on influenced what you're seeing now, what candidate you're seeing, what attack ad that you're seeing, what sports brand that you're seeing. It's just super creepy. And politicians are using that data to try to get your vote, just like advertisers from companies are trying to get you to buy stuff. And it works, right? It works. Katie, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, and that this really has changed because your Google searches, your social media, all of these things are tailored to you. And so that means that if you are super Republican or super Democrat, that everything you see is going to be what you are. And so that is going to create like a bubble around you that's not going to expose you to other ideas, and it's going to give you the false impression that the entire country agrees with you. And so that's dangerous. So we never want a bubble of ideas. We want lots of ideas. We want to be exposed to lots of ideas, lots of opinions, hear people out. And that's not encouraged right now. And so it's important that through the next couple of years, as you're starting to vote, that you expose yourself to as many different political opinions as possible with an open mind.
All right, I'm going to not even talk about this much. I would say, just since we already briefly covered iron triangles, pause this. The difference between this image is it shows a specific example rather than the generic one that I had on there earlier. So if you want to look at this, if you want to ask questions later, pause it, study it. But if you can rewrite this in your brain or on paper, then you pretty much understand iron triangles. So we can just go to the next slide.
Yeah, remember the replay is going to be available right away, right? And the slides are available for y'all to download and keep.
I think they have some awesome watch parties too. So. Oh
yeah, in the next couple of weeks, you can watch it again.
Okay, we got 3 more slides until we get to our final segment, so I'll go quick. But this is important. The process and outcomes in the U.S. presidential elections, and remember, presidential elections, what we're talking about here, are impacted by all this stuff. So the first picture is I believe it's the Iowa caucus. The turnout is very low. This is during the nomination phase of the presidential campaign, not the general election, the primary election, to where people in Iowa and a handful of other states actually have to get together. You ever seen a picture or a video of it? There you go. They literally get together, not in a voting booth like you would in most states, but in a room. And you can see this mainly old white people, right? Which is part of why a lot of states have gone away from this. It's not super representative of usually the statewide population. You don't, for a variety of reasons, which we can't really get into right now, but you have people going and basically talking about who they support and why they support them, and they try to get people to come and join them and basically vote for them within this caucus setting. Why do people not show up to those? Nobody wants to talk. This is why you guys don't raise your hands in class sometimes, because you don't want to look like an idiot. All right, so that's why, which is silly, by the way, but that's partly why you don't get a lot of turnout. So most states use secret ballots, right? Where you go in the voting booth and you got your ballot and you check off your preferred candidates, probably all D or all R, like we talked about earlier, but nobody knows, right? A lot of people voted for Trump because of that the privacy that's that most states use when they're determining their candidates. The second picture, the guy that's saying, I'm proud to be gay, I'm proud to be a Republican. This isn't a joke. This guy, I don't remember this guy's name, but he was a speaker at the party convention, the Republican National Convention, and LGBTQs, most of them tend to like support the Democratic Party. And so during the nomination phase, if you ever watch these conventions, it's basically a big party, right? With like super Republicans supporting Republican candidate, or Democrats supporting Democrats. And they bring in people like this that aren't your stereotypical Republican or Democratic voters or supporters to try to bring in this case, more of the LGBTQ vote to the Republican Party. And then the third picture there with Biden and Kamala, this is, again, during the nomination phase, before Biden had selected Kamala Harris to be his running mate. They debated each other. They had some really heated moments on the debate stage a couple of times. And it's kind of funny. It's always funny to look at these candidates who are like tearing each other apart during the nomination phase, like during these debates. And then sometimes they either get nominated to be vice president, or they get like selected in a cabinet position. Remember Pete? How do you say it, Katie? How do you say
Pete Buttigieg.
Buttigieg, yeah. He's serving in Biden's cabinet. So, and then we got Ron Burgundy. I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal. And I think I put that on there because of the incumbency advantage. It's a big deal if you're already in power. People know your name, right? And even if you're like been a crappy president, or people know you. And some people, as shallow as this is, will vote for you simply because you're already in power and they don't like the other political party. So that's my spiel, but you feel free to tack on anything.
It's really easy.
23 minutes.
Yeah, really easy to hold power as compared to get new power.
Right. The winner-take-all allocation of votes per state, except for Maine and Nebraska, and the electoral college system compared with the national popular vote raises questions about whether the electoral college facilitates or impedes democracy. Is it good or is it bad? This is something we can go in more detail about in Discord if you want. But the electoral college, as Katie mentioned earlier in Unit 1, is in the Constitution. You cannot change. People always want to say, like, abolish it, get rid of it. And it's easier said than done, because it's literally like outlined in the Constitution. Unless I'm wrong, you probably would have to amend the Constitution to change it. And who doesn't want the electoral college to be amended, to be changed? Small states. Look at this graphic. Small states are overrepresented in the electoral college. They have one elector for, that represents roughly 195,000 people in Wyoming, compared to California, which has like, 30-something billion, or million, not billion, 30-something million people. But they only have 53 members in the House. So they have 55 electors, because you combine like the members of the House and then the 2 senators, right? But still, even so, they're less represented, right? And the big states do not like this. They would argue, well, we have more people, we should get more representation than what the electoral college allows. So people are constantly asking themselves, I actually voted? Like, if you vote in California and you're a Republican, a lot of people feel like they have like low political efficacy. They feel like their vote's not making a difference because of the electoral college, because we don't use like a proportional allocation system. Now remember, and because they put that in the CED, so you make a note of that. So
wait,
you
cut out for a quick second. Make a note of what? You cut out.
Oh, make a note of the 2 states that do proportional allocation of electoral votes, Maine and Nebraska, because it's definitely in the minority. But anything else, Katie?
I saw a really great graph recently, or a map, that I wish I would have saved for this, and I didn't. But it put so right now we see a lot of red states versus blue states, and when we look at this top GIF or meme or whatever, it looks like we're a mainly red country with just a couple spatterings of blue. But when it's based down on population, and they do dot population, so depending on how big the circle is how many people live there, and then do blue versus red like that, we are actually, when you go with population vote, we are primarily Democrats usually have a little bit of the upper hand. Okay. All right. I think we're experiencing some glitching, but this is the last slide for the content. So I don't have a whole lot else to expand on this. You definitely got to know that
the main idea is there's so many media outlets that people can get their information from. I found this graphic, and you can see, YouTube's a big one. Am I cutting out again?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. The Daily Wire is a super conservative commentary, like Daily Show. Obviously, it's Daily Wire. And then you got I don't know if we still have to use the word narrowcasting, but you got like the cable networks that cater to their viewers. Like Fox News was basically created to present the news, or at least the commentary shows, in a way that supports conservative views. And MSNBC, some people like left-leaning ideologies, and some of them would be argued in the middle. So I don't have anything else to add.
Yeah, the same way that your social media and your Google searches can all kind of revolve around what party you're in based on how you feel. The media outlets that you choose will, again, reinforce whatever political ideology you want it to. So it's important that if you want a balanced view, you have to view more than one media outlet. All right, guys.
Question time?
It's question time for Unit 5. Oh, gosh, I'm seeing.
And we'll go fast.
That's bad. All right. Which of the following is not a way in which the federal government regulates campaigns? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, and yellow's got it. By prohibitions on negative advertising. A primary election in which voters are required to identify a party preference before the election are not allowed to split their ticket. And are not allowed to split the ticket. What is this? This is a closed primary. And so we didn't have time to get into all the different types of primary elections. But if you have questions, we'll talk about it in Discord. Closed primary is the most typical. Which of the following statements about voting behavior in the United States is correct? Whoa.
Whoa. For a second, at least.
Yeah. It's probably like 2 kids voted. All right, let's see. College graduates are more likely to vote than those who have at most a high school diploma. The more educated you are, the more likely you are to be involved in politics. And which of the following statements about political parties in the United States Constitution are true? All right, and as always, y'all got it. The issue of political parties is not addressed in the Constitution. We have some founding fathers making warnings about it, but we don't have anything formally written. And which of the following provides the most accurate explanation of how consumer-driven media increased partisan polarization? And consumer-driven media is what we've been talking about, that it's the media is all about what you already like, what you already know, and supporting your ideas and your values. And very good, guys. Consumer-driven media reinforces existing political biases and individuals. All right. I'm asking you how you're feeling. I really do care, but we've got 15 minutes and we have to talk about writing. Meh. I feel you. All right, good. Stressed, unprepared. Oh no. Nervous. Bueno. Anxious. Eee. We got a lot of great answers. This is so much fun. I like this. I've never seen this slide in action. All right.
Hey, good's the biggest one. Hey, all right.
Good. Okay. Good, nervous, and stressed. All right. Support all that. All right, we're going to do some questions, but actually we're going to do the questions in Discord. So now we are going to talk about writing, but we are going to, so everybody take a deep breath, fast. And just one. And we're going to talk about free response questions. And it's really important that it's really true. Sometimes I'll start a sentence and don't even know where it's going. This is so appropriate.
Pre-write. Make sure you pre-write. There's a lot of knowledge and wisdom in this.
Yes. And when grading FRQs for the AP College Board, I have seen a lot of people write really great things that don't apply to the rubric, or even worse, don't answer the question appropriately, so they get a 0 even though their essay rocks, but they didn't answer the question. So read the question, read the question, read the question. And then, okay, so, oh, you go. Sorry.
Yeah, this is just FRQ. You got 4 of them. These are the written portions of the exam. We're going to go over what each of these are very quickly. And the main thing here on this slide is don't panic and make sure you understand the rubrics. I think this was your slide, but if you want to add anything to that, feel free.
Okay, yeah, I just like to think of the AP test as a game. The rubric is the rules. Follow the rules exactly, you'll get a 5. But if you don't follow the rules, you'll get a 1. Like it's that easy. Because y'all have proven in these questions that y'all know the content. Y'all have got this. So now can you apply it the way the College Board wants you to?
All right, go ahead.
This is suggested timing. 20 minutes for the first 3, 40 minutes for the last argumentative essay. If you are a slow argumentative essay writer, reapportion your time appropriately. Whatever you need.
Great use of reapportionment.
Thanks. Okay, task verbs. Everybody pull out your screenshot feature. Screenshot this slide, please. And make sure that you understand all of these task verbs because they're very different. They mean different things. And so it's important that you know what to do. Also, when you are writing an FRQ, you have to write a complete sentence. Again, when you write an FRQ, you have to write a complete sentence. If it says identify and you say the Commerce Clause, or you just say Commerce Clause and that's it, no point. But if you say the Commerce Clause with a period at the end, bam, you get a point. Like it's really that like silly. You have to follow their rules. So make sure you understand each one of these words. If you don't, come talk to us in Discord and we can go through these. But like know the difference between define and explain, compare and identify, things like that.
Did you want to like talk about any of those right now, or are we running out of time? Like the difference between identify, define, explain, or?
Well, so what I used to like to use close. And so I would say, so identify the color of Robert's shirt. Robert's shirt is black. And you always want to restate your question as you go. Describe Robert's shirt. Robert's shirt is a Fiveable branded t-shirt that is black and blue. CRAM crew. Explain Robert's shirt. Robert is wearing a cotton shirt given to him by Fiveable for being on the CRAM team. Develop an argument about Robert's shirt. Robert wears clothes because in America it is socially appropriate. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Joshua Schwartz. I don't think we can allow you in here. Thank you, though.
Random.
And then
maybe he likes my shirt.
Likes your shirt, yeah. Wants one. So explain Robert's shirt. And this is your longest one, is explain. Robert's shirt is a black and blue Fiveable branded t-shirt that is all cotton given to him by the Fiveable team because he is part of the CRAM crew. He wears clothes because it is socially appropriate in American culture. So it's like everything you could possibly say about it all together. In full sentences.
How and why, guys. That's what you needed for feedback on my students' essays and short answers.
That's all I write. Who, how, why. So no they, no them, none of that. Be specific. And then since the concept application is we have an example for concept application. It's in the slides and you can go through it. But I think for time, let's just explain concept and then we'll skip that actual question.
Is this me?
Yep.
Okay, so for the concept application FRQ, you're going to get a real political scenario using course concepts. It's not going to be some hypothetical one. So that's why Biden is saying, for real, man, because you're going to get, and we'll show you what that means here in a second with the example. The first part, you're going to be describing and explaining an institution, a behavior, or a process. It's virtually come from any of those 5 units. And then as you progress through the question, you're going to transfer that knowledge of those concepts and apply it to a new situation or scenario. So it almost, I think you could argue, it gets a little more challenging as you progress. And these are the verbs, the only verbs, to my knowledge, that you will find in the concept application FRQ. Identify, which should be a gimme if you know your vocab. Just more, and then compare a little bit more, but explain, like Katie said, you're going to explain the how and the why. That's especially going to be true probably for like the second and third parts. Always use complete sentences. All right, next.
Also, I just want to say, so you have parts A, B, and C for this. You need to label each part A, B, and C. And also, each answer is standalone, even though they build upon each other. So if you are, okay, so parts A, B, and C all stand alone. So it's important that you, okay, y'all, stop. I know y'all can see the code, but please, we got to get through this. You need to keep every part of it standalone. And so usually part A is going to be identify some sort of clause, some sort of idea, some sort of basically definition from the course content. Then part B is going to ask you to build upon that idea. And so it's going to say, compare the concept in part A with blah, blah, blah. And so you can't say, like, you have to restate whatever you said in part A. Like, you can't just like start running with it because they're standalone questions. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Yeah. So if you identify in part A and then you compare in part B, identify in part B again, even though it's redundant. Be redundant. Talk too much. Okay. And then, so here, we have an example of a concept application, but again, come back and look through this. We can also talk about it in Discord, and we have all the answers lined out for you exactly the way College Board wants it to. When in doubt, restate your question, answer the question, cite evidence, explain when necessary. All right, we're gonna do the same with quantitative analysis. Quantitative analysis is very straightforward. You're gonna get a graph, a chart, some sort of stimulus that is like, that you have to analyze. So graph, chart, map, something like that. And then you're gonna get task verbs. You're gonna have an A, B, and C. Again, A, B, and C is completely standalone. And then you have to build upon each, you'll build upon it, but restate in part B if you have to. And of course, full sentences. And then we have, I have a quantitative analysis FRQ in. Okay, so here is where the rubber meets the road. So we got to talk about this. SCOTUS comparison FRQ. So part A, super easy. You're going to follow the task verb. It's going to give you, so with your SCOTUS question, it's going to give you a case that you've never seen before, but it's going to give you just as much information as you need to analyze that SCOTUS case and compare it with one of your required SCOTUS cases. So you're going to see that it's going to be a case all about the Commerce Clause. And so you're going to be like, oh, this is going to be compared to US versus Lopez. And you're going to know Commerce Clause, US versus Lopez. Part A is probably identify the clause that's similar in both things, Commerce Clause. So that's why you need to know the 7 topics that your SCOTUS cases fall into, because it's probably part A of your SCOTUS comparison FRQ. Then part B is worth 2 points. So this is the first time that one part is worth 2 points. So this is where you need to know how the rubric applies. So the first point is for following the task verb given. So it's the same thing that we've been doing since we started, with all the other questions up until now. You're following the task verb, answering a full sentence, explaining when necessary. But then you're going to need to be able to use, it's going to list what SCOTUS case they want you to use. You're going to need to be able to pull facts from that case and say how the SCOTUS case that's required either relates or is different from the SCOTUS case given to you in the question. So you're going to need to be able to compare and contrast those two things. And so one point is for the task verb. The other point is for backing it up with information from the required SCOTUS case. And this is why you need to have your SCOTUS cases memorized. And then part C, again, you're following the task verb given, but part C is most likely going to be on your required SCOTUS case and not on the SCOTUS case given. So this is when you've got multiple points kind of riding on you having those SCOTUS cases memorized. Am I making sense? Bernie Sanders. Oh man. Wish I
let him in.
I want to talk to him. Okay. I'm surprised it took him 4 hours to start doing that. I was expecting that from like 5 minutes in. All right, SCOTUS comparison. We are going to do a full SCOTUS comparison in the Discord, so join us because I've got it prepared and fired up. All right, argumentative essay. Guys, this is worth 6 points. You've got to follow the rubric. And you don't need anything else besides the rubric. You're not graded on spelling. You're not graded on grammar. You're not graded on fluff. There is no complexity point. This is the easiest essay of all the social studies essays. And I'm not saying that to like downplay it. I'm saying that to build you up because most of y'all are seniors. Y'all have got this. And if you're not a senior, this is a great one to start with because it's the easiest. It's not, it's not as complicated as our other classes. So we're going to start with a thesis statement. And in your thesis statement, you need to make some sort of claim. You have to have an argument. You have to be arguing for something. You can't just put a random statement. Like it has to make an argument. You have to make a point. It's going to give you something to argue and you have to take a stance. And even if you don't agree with the stance that you take, pick whatever side you know the most about and you can argue the best for. Even if it's should we cancel AP exams and give everybody 5s? But you can argue more for no, argue no. You're not going to be held to these ideas, which a lot of my students got stuck on. So I thought it was funny. But, okay, so your next point is going to be using a piece of relevant evidence that uses one of the required documents listed in the question. So it's going to give you a question, and then it's going to give you probably 3 required documents that you can use for evidence. You have to use evidence from at least one of them. Then you get a second point, and this point is a gimme point, guys. And it's just for using the first pieces of evidence from the required document to support your thesis. So I can't just throw a random piece of evidence in. I then have to argue with it. Why does it support your thesis? How does it support your thesis? Expand, spell it out for me. Even if you think, hey, Joe Biden, even if you think that you're being redundant, even if you think you're dumbing it down for the reader, dumb it down. We love for you to dumb it down because we want to know what you know. As readers, we pretend like we know nothing and we just see what you bring us. Then your third point is a second piece of relevant evidence to support the thesis. So again, you're using another piece of evidence, but it doesn't have to be from a required document. It can be from anything in the class. It can be from a SCOTUS case. It can be from anything that relates back to your thesis. Back it up. Explain how or why the evidence supports your thesis. So you see a trend here. And then finally, you're going to argue the other side and explain why it's wrong. So because you're giving an argumentative essay, you need to be able to do both things. You need to be able to argue both sides and tell me why your side is right. Bible is amazing. Is there a setting? Okay, so. No, I can do that. Okay, never mind. Okay. Let the absurd arguments begin, people. That's not what's happening. That's what's happening. Okay. All right, it's 5 o'clock. How are we going to play this?
Can we stay on, or do we have to get off right at 5?
If y'all have places to be, people to see, I understand, but I would stick around for argumentative essay. I'm willing to stick around. Robert, you good?
Yep.
All right, so we're going to do this argumentative essay together because it is very important. This is our quantitative FRQ that we will go over in Discord with you. If you need it, we are happy to if you want to study, I will study with you. We want to support you. This is our SCOTUS FRQ. We're just flipping through. SCOTUS completus. Okay, so if you click on this, this will get bigger. But you're going to write it. I want you to look at this question. And this says the federal government must often balance protecting individual liberties and providing for order and security. Hey, we talked about this today. At times, priority is given to one over the other. Take a position on whether the federal government should place more emphasis on protecting individual liberties or providing for order and security. And so you need to use one of these three documents: the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, or the necessary and proper clause. So come up with a thesis statement. And here is the beauty of argumentative essays. There is no right or wrong with which side you take. There is no right side and wrong side. It's what size. You're not going to feel this. You got this. It's what side you can back up with the most evidence from the class, from the required documents. So if you can argue, like, be a lawyer. If you can argue your side, awesome. It's a lot of ease. So everybody take a quick minute, write your best thesis statement. Really think about your argument. And inside your thesis statement, I think it's important to include in a thesis statement, you need to have kind of restate the question, but that's not all you do, but use that to keep you on track. So you're not answering something random. And then as you answer that question, you need to be making an argument for one side or the other, not both. Don't be wishy-washy, one side or the other, and list 2 or 3 facts that are specific to support your thesis without spelling out all your information for the, like, you're not doing a whole essay, but you want enough in your thesis that it is specific. It has at least 2 to 3 good examples. You're making an argument, something you can back up. Would you say anything different? Okay. Okay, so this one, the federal government should place more emphasis on order and security. Okay, this is a great start. You've made an argument, so that's awesome, but you're not telling me why or how. So I need a couple facts in here to back it up. So think about it as like your miniature essay. Like your thesis is kind of like the mini essay that goes into it. Come on. Oh no. Should I refresh? Okay. The federal government should put more priority on protecting individual liberties because it is needed to maintain order. All right, Robert, how do you feel about this one?
I can barely see it. I know you just read it.
Sorry. The federal government should put more priority on protecting individual liberties because it is needed to maintain order.
It was better than the first one.
Yeah, we're making progress, but I'll put it this way. The College Board may or may not give you a point for this. In my class, this wouldn't fly. I want a little more. But I'm in the category of do more, and then you definitely get it. So there's no question. So just give me a little more facts. Okay, although the necessary and proper clause allows for federal government to do whatever it deems necessary for the protection of the government, the 4th and 5th Amendments ensure the government protects individual liberties. Thoughts?
It's definitely the most complex pieces.
It's the most complex. I feel like they definitely took a little bit of a risk with that the necessary and proper clause can allow the government to do whatever is necessary and proper.
Overstatement.
It's a bit of an overstatement, so it's not totally true, but we're getting there, guys. You're making progress. Okay. The federal government should put more emphasis on protecting individual liberties because that is what the government was designed to do. I would say, why is it designed to do that? How do we see that it's designed to do that? Maybe an example from the Constitution, like because the founding fathers said A, B, and C. That would be a great thesis. While the federal government has to balance both liberties and national security, they should focus more on protecting individual liberties because it's a constitutional right. That's the closest one we got so far. Good. If you have it in you, throw another fact or two in there, but that would probably get the point. Okay. The federal government should place more emphasis on protecting individual liberties because protecting liberties upholds the ideals of American democracy. I would like it if it said like, and then gave me a few American ideals of democracy.
It only takes a little longer too, right? It's not like you have to add a ton of extra words and
yeah,
a few more.
So I think
a little bit more detail.
Yeah, overall with these is that y'all are not far off and y'all are doing really well at making an argument. And that's half the battle. The other half is supporting that argument. And so I find kind of across the board with all my students, they err on the side of caution and don't put enough in there. So just put some facts in there. So let's look at a couple examples of, and so this is something that the College Board said is correct. So one is the American Revolution was fought to defend liberty and thus liberty should be the priority. So this is kind of borderline. It's making an argument. I think it could make another fact or two in there to make it a little better, but it does the minimum to get the point. I never want to be on the side of the minimum because every reader is a little bit different.
We're human.
Yeah. And that kind of sucks, but
some of them are professors, right?
Yeah, some are college professors.
They don't like they're not as nice as Katie staying on the call after hours. Right? They want to get to their office. They want to get out of their office.
Yes. So always do more. Don't do the minimum. And then order should take priority as the Constitution was written in response to calls for order, and an executive branch was created to help maintain that order. Again, it's okay. Again, this is just an example the College Board gave us, but gives us some examples, a little redundant. Redundant's not always bad. You're not looking for pretty in this essay. You don't have to go for pretty. You need to go for facts. So I don't want flowery language, or anything like that. Okay, so now we're looking for our first point of evidence. So I would say don't use the docs yet. Just give me outside evidence from the class. So what evidence do you have for taking a position on whether the federal government should place more emphasis on protecting individual liberties or providing for order and security? All right, Declaration of Independence supports individual liberties because it was the purpose for establishing America. Good evidence. Declaration of Independence, airing grievances against the tyrannical rule of Britain. Good. The goal of the Founding Fathers was to support the will of the people, as is obviously stated in the Declaration of Independence. Awesome. We got a lot of Declaration of Independence. Then we've got a couple of things listed, but I can't really go off of it unless you tell me what you're using from it. Schenck versus United States clear and present danger doctrine shows the need for government at times to limit individual liberty to safeguard the general public. That's beautiful. The First Amendment places more emphasis on protecting individual liberties by giving citizens freedom of speech, religion, and the press. Very nice. Ooh, we got John Locke. John Locke's ideals of a social contract where liberties are given up in the name of protection from the government. This advances a functioning society. Sorry, my dog's very loud. He says it's 5 o'clock and time for dinner. Okay, good. John Locke, social contract. No, yes? What are you thinking?
You're asking me?
Do you have an opinion? No.
No, I still can't see it very well.
Oh, sorry.
I can see a little bit.
Okay. No, that looks good. The federal government should emphasize their focus on liberties because that would put the nation at ease and feel as though their constitutional rights are being upheld. So this is something that I would look at this and I would say, how are their constitutional rights being upheld? Why are there?
How, why?
Yeah. So if I can ask how or why by looking at it, it's a good thought. It's a good argument. You're just not telling me how or why. Okay, so examples of this would be like during the times of crisis, like 9/11 and other catastrophic events, Americans have been asked to sacrifice liberty, which many readily agree to do, which shows that order takes precedence over liberty. And then you could argue the other argument would be the idea of natural rights is that they cannot be suspended, even temporarily, and that if they are violated, citizens have the right to form a new government. So violation of the social contract. So this supports either side, both works. And these aren't the only 2 right answers. These are just 2 examples. You could really go a lot of different directions with this. Okay, now I want you to answer with evidence that supports your thesis from either the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, or the necessary and proper clause. Anybody know what a PogChamp is? I'm sorry, guys, we're not cool enough for that. Hope that's something nice. We're going to say it is. All right. The First Amendment of the Constitution was instigated to protect individual liberties such as free press, free speech, and religion. Okay, this is a fantastic statement. It's a fantastic thing. It just doesn't, and I know time and space is a problem with Minimeter, but I need you to back that up and relate it back to your thesis. So tell me how and why, and that's perfect use. That would be a great use of a document. The First Amendment outlines the Establishment and Free Exercises Clause, 2 clauses that both emphasize individual liberty. What do you think? Sorry. The First Amendment outlines the Establishment and Free Exercises Clause, 2 clauses that both emphasize individual liberty for First Amendment.
Good, not great.
Yeah. All right. So we're not saying anything. We haven't seen anything fabulous yet, but that's okay. The Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable search and seizures, even if you are carrying illegal substances, proving that people value liberty over order. Let's see if I can make that big.
So you think? My mind's starting to shut down.
Mine is too. Okay, so because we are having a brain melt moment, we're going to see what the College Board says. Okay, so a couple examples of good evidence from the docs. And I apologize, guys. We were up really late doing technology, and we love y'all and we want to be there for you. But the necessary and proper clause states that Congress has expanded authority beyond just those enumerated powers and allows for increased governmental authority to maintain order and security, which is essential for stability. This is beautiful. You're using a lot of buzzwords here. You're bringing it full circle. You're arguing with it. You're giving facts. It's doing everything you need. Then we've got the First Amendment provides for freedom of expression for all citizens, supporting the idea that individual liberties should be prioritized. Again, not as complex, but good. Kind of hits the mark. And then the Fourth Amendment protects against unwarranted searches and supports the idea that individual liberties should be prioritized. Which, oh my gosh, is exactly what we just read from one of our students. So obviously, you got it right. We apologize. This is embarrassing, but we're trudging along.
We're tired.
We're old, guys. We don't have your youth.
We haven't eaten.
Yeah. Okay. We've already kind of talked about this, but explaining why your evidence supports your thesis. And so this is just bringing it full circle. Telling how, telling why, really, really spelling it out. I'm not talking about using flowery language. I'm not talking about sounding all fancy. I'm talking about just say it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Okay. That's the end of minting here. And that's all you have to do for an argumentative essay. And so we've talked a lot about MCQ strategy. And really, these are our 4 types of multiple choice questions. You have quantitative, text-based analysis, visual source, and individual multiple choice questions. And so it's important that you can recall information on your own and that you can pull information from graphs and charts. And that's maps, graphs, and charts is where I see the most struggle. So if that is you, know that about yourself going in and spend the most time looking at the maps, graphs, and charts. Read the title. Read the title.
Yeah, I think like almost half the, I think about 25 of the questions are stimulus questions. So
yeah, so it's about
a significant amount.
Yeah,
about half almost.
And then about 30 are just recall. So knowing your definitions. And so really look at what the source is. Look at the title, look at the key, author, year. All that information is given to you for a reason. So use it. Really look at it. Make sure you understand it. Note any vocabulary terms. If they're throwing vocabulary terms at you in a stimulus, underline them, use them. Know that they're trying to clue you into something. Trends and patterns. So a lot of times they're going to ask you about trends and patterns on graphs and charts. So making a comparison or relating information and making a claim about the trends of the information, things like that. And then use context clues. So if you know, especially in SCOTUS cases, if you know that a SCOTUS case is about a certain clause, use that to your benefit. You've memorized these SCOTUS cases for a reason. Also, always read your questions closely. Just really, you got to read. It's not something that you can just blow through. You've got to take the time and read all of your answers, and make sure you understand them. And that's kind of everything we've already said. But my favorite thing to do is when I'm going through things is I like to eliminate wrong answers. It's a lot easier to narrow it down to 2 and then read the 2 back and forth a couple times and then pick your right one if you're not sure, than read all 4 several times.
Yeah, and make sure, a lot of students, maybe it's because I teach a lot of freshmen, always ask if they can write on the test. And absolutely, you should tag that test up like crazy. It should be written over, as Katie's saying, cross those out, just make it a little easier on you, and then go back. Don't eat up a significant amount of time on any one question because they're all worth the exact same number of points. So there's no sense in spending 7 minutes on one of those stimulus-based questions, and when your brain hurts, circle it, put a dot next to it, go answer the non-stimulus ones, or maybe a little easier, maybe a little quicker, and then go back to those other ones, and whatever time you have left over. And I think the last thing you want to do is run out of time at the end of the test and just bubble in random answers.
The big exception to that is if you're taking it online. You can only move forwards.
Yes.
You can't move backwards. So that is for our people that are testing tomorrow. Use that strategy. But if you're testing online, don't leave anything blank because there is no going back. So make your best guess and keep going. Don't spend 10 minutes staring at it because you don't know it. If you know you don't know it and there's no getting the answer, like there's sometimes that like I'll see a question like I'm never getting the answer to that. So just bubble something and go. All right. Emergency broadcast system.
It's just a test.
It's just a test. This is not the end of the world. If you don't do well, okay, so you take a poli-sci class in college. It'll probably be good for you. It'll make you a better American. Learn those politics. Sorry, exaggeration. I don't know. But just don't freak yourself out. This is not worth losing sleep over. Take care of yourself. Practice good self-care. If you're facing a lot of anxiety, if you're having a lot of like overwhelming mental stress, reach out. Reach out to somebody. Let somebody help you, because this is not something that is life-defining. And I know it feels really big right now because I remember being you. But at the end of the day, in 10 years, you're going to be like, oh, wait, did I pass the AP test? Did I take it? It's a big moment right now, but in your entire lifetime, you've got great things to do. That is not this test. Not belittling what you're doing right now, just offering a little perspective.
Okay, so this is second to last slide. You scan that QR code, it's going to take you to a Wakelet resource list where we have a ton of resources. Now, careful. We have 3 people here, right? We have people that are taking the test tomorrow. You probably shouldn't use a whole lot of the stuff in this resource list because you need sleep and need to eat and shower and go and rest your brain from being on this call for over 5 hours. But if you're taking the test on one of those other alternative days, the second or third testing date, scan this and check it out. A lot of the resources are from the Bill of Rights Institute, and they have like short videos on all the cases in case there's a few that you still aren't sure about. And there's a 55 question quizzes that includes some of the ones that we did earlier today, and just a ton of extra resources. So yeah, go check that out.
Practice, practice, practice. Multiple choice. Take the time to write FRQs. I know it's a pain in the butt. I know it feels like a waste of time, but the more you can practice it, then you're going to roll through it test day. No problem. So when you have the time, don't stay up all night. But for those of you testing in a couple weeks, use these resources. All right, guys, we are going to probably run to the bathroom and grab some water, and then we will see you in Discord. Yes, grab some food.
5 minutes?
Yeah, give us 5 minutes, but then we're going to jump on Discord with y'all. And then for those of you that just need to be done today, that's okay. You have done what you need to do. And just know that we are rooting for you, that even though we don't know you, we adore y'all. Like, y'all are the reason, like, we have been working our butts off for the past, I don't know, couple of months getting ready for this because we care so much about you. This is not a job. This is because we've been you. We work with kids like y'all, and we want to support you. So whatever you need, like, we got you. Okay? There's an entire Fiveable team for you.
What she said.
So y'all are awesome. Go get some rest. We love y'all. See y'all later.